Good morning. How is everybody? Yeah, we're going to try and watch this entire trial. This is one of the ones that have bothered me forever. So, right now it is through a link. We'll see what's going to happen, how long they're going to let us do this. Hopefully permanently, but, we'll see. And we'll just need to check the sound, make sure that everything is good once this gets going. Yeah, this is probably one of the worst ones that I've ever learned about. I made a video last night. I'll probably just upload it. It's just with all of the details of if you don't know a lot about the case. So, and what happened. She claimed so many various things that he ran away, that he went to a friend's house, that she was assaulted and raped in her home by an intruder, first a Hispanic man, then a black man. Then she rented cars. She left her phone at home. She turns off her phone. She's, complained about her treatment in jail. She's something. She's had so many mental evaluations. It's unbelievable. They have said that she is completely fit to stand trial. So the insanity plea is not going to work. I agree. It's not going to work. Not this time. She is competent to stand trial. Yes, they wanted to do a rape kit on her, and she just started absolutely freaking out and stuffed tissues in her pants, and I, good Lord in heaven. And good morning to everybody coming in. Yeah, me too, Sharon. I think everybody is waiting for Ganon to get justice. This is probably one of the worst cases. She's just... How? I thought perhaps something of an accident could have happened, and then you start hearing about the blood on his bed that went through the bed, through the mattress, through the carpet, into the concrete. And no. Mm-mm. Yes, she's assaulted a guard. She's tried to fight everybody. She's writing 8-page letters, 3-page letters, all of this crazy shit to the judge about her treatment. Honey, it's jail. So usually jail's not, the Holiday Inn. So there's that. Yeah, her interview where she would not look at the camera. She claimed that they put her daughter in cuffs and did all this to her daughter. She's just, she's something altogether different. And they've delayed this trial so much. And now the judge is no more of all this delaying. Hey, Mo. Get back, please, dogs. You cannot be in here today. No, you cannot. No. Oh, I've been waiting for it too. I mean, if they're letting us... Oh, he just stole my crock. Yikes. If they are letting us stream the jury selection, I think they'll let us stream the trial. I know that only one company is allowed inside that room. Just one media outlet is allowed to be in there. I mean, it looks like a very, very small room. I don't know if this is where court's going to be held the entire time, or if this is just for the jury selection. I mean, this is a huge case, so I don't know. And if you guys could hit the like, share this out to your social media, that kind of stuff. This is one that everybody should be interested in. This is Ganon was an innocent little kid. He, she has tried everything to get away with this shit. And she's not going to. She's not going to. They're playing musical chairs in there, it seems. Holding up bullhorn signs. That's interesting. They've got about 5 minutes, it looks like. 4 minutes. Absolutely, NC. Yeah, it is time for her to face the music. It's been too much of this. Too much of this. And she's tried to get away with it. She tried to get away with everything. You know, the renting of the cars. I mean, she put this baby in a suitcase and just dropped him, you know? No way. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah, I don't know if that's her over there. I don't think so. That could be her little forehead there. Right there. I'm sure she doesn't want to be seen on camera because how dare you look at her, you know? Yes. These knees. Yep. I don't know where Harley is. She looks like she's modeling right now. I'm not really positive if she is or not. I don't know. She looks to be modeling for the last pictures I saw of her. Hopefully she runs as far away from Letecia as she can. Thank you, checking conviction. Yeah, her peanut butter's been tampered with. I think she's just trying to sound nuts so that she can, you know, they can be like, okay, yeah, she's insane. No, ma'am. You did far too much planning for you to be trying to get away with the insanity. We're just not going to have it. We're not going to have it, okay? No. Oh, absolutely, Carrie. Harley has really tried to. Yep. She's on vacation. All of this stuff has happened. You know, I was too, Liberty. I was thinking, what is she going to do? What in the world is this woman going to do to try to get out of this shit? What? No, you haven't missed anything yet. Yes, Harley is the daughter. I may be able to share this with you guys. Oh. This is just until they start, okay? Ganon, Bubba, Little Man, Mommy's Hero, whatever, wherever you're at, Mommy and Daddy are here. We are begging and pleading for you to come home, and I know that that's your biggest wish, to see Mommy and Daddy standing here. We're here, brother. We are here for you, and I can't wait until you are found, because I have hope that you're going to be found. You are my hero. and you are the reason that I live. Her Google search history. Find real military singles. Parenting should be for people, not one. I'm doing all the work for my stepkids. If you aren't involved in your kid's life, you're shitty. I wonder if my ex-wife is sending me a card since I raise her kids. My son burned the carpet. How do I fix it? Find me a rich guy who wants to take care of his kids. This bitch. Yeah, I'm not going to play this whole thing since we're waiting for them. But it does give you the whole timeline. It gives you all her texts. It gives you what she was doing, where she was driving, all of the things. Pamela, yes, I believe that is Al's child. Al and Landon's child. Is that correct? That's not Letecia's child, right? Yes, he was on audio crying. I could not include that in there because every time I listen to it, I cry. So I refused. I couldn't do it. Mm-mm. That was one of the saddest things ever, 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 hearing him cry like that. No. Mm-mm. It was one of the worst things ever. I just... Ugh. He's just a little boy, you know? Just a little boy. Yeah, I thought that Harley was. Oh my god, Mo. It was so bad, dude. It was the worst. So she was recording him the day that allegedly he burnt the carpet, and she's telling him we're gonna have to sell stuff and all of this, and just being dramatic, and he's like, I'm sorry, and he's really sobbing. It was awful. I thought that it was Landon and Al's child. Yes, her name is Lena, I believe. The audio was so sad. It was so sad. I think she did that just to show that she cared about him. She cared. She was trying to let him know that it was going to be okay. Yeah, farmhouse. It made my stomach actually sick. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Because what a horrible person you have to be to do that. And then Googling if the Nintendo Switch, she was pretending to be Ganon, and she takes his Switch. We don't know where it is to this day. And Google's, can Nintendo find my phone if it's off? Can they find the Switch? She knew. Good Lord, really? What did this child put in the washing machine? She made him say pinky promise. I know. That was awful. It was just awful. Yeah. She dumped him off like trash. Just like, yeah, that's that one. It's so bad, Glare. I don't even know. I can't even listen to it. I mean, when I was making the video last night, I listened to it and I was, when you get that thing in your throat and you can't breathe? One of those, I thought maybe she had buried him or thrown him away with his switch, but to this day, they still haven't found it. Alex. My daughter is so crazy. So crazy. It is heartbreaking. Yeah. Right, Bee's Knees? It's too difficult to get through. When my son cries, he gets really upset. But you guys have all seen Jace for the most part. I mean, he reminds me of Ganon. Always wanting to play video games, always wanting to be on his Switch or on his tablet, or that's just who he reminds me of. This is one that pissed me off to no end, especially all the games she played. And Al's out there, trusting this woman, trusting her to take care of his child. Yeah, I believe Al walked in. I know, D. No. He's got a lot of support. That's for sure.
Get off my bed.
Come on, Tommy.
Tommy.
Well, we are at 11:09. You see people are still walking in and out, so. Oh, Aries, you'll be okay. I don't know how Landon did it either. There would be no way. There would be no way. No. She was able to, though. Yes, this is now crime time. I have a link. I got a link to the meeting. Well, the WebEx. So, where's the sound, guys? Turn your sound on, guys. Let me see what.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, come on. I know we can do better than that. It's a Monday morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Greg Warner. I'm a district court judge for the 4th Judicial District. Before we begin the jury selection process, I want to introduce some people who are in the courtroom that you may or may not have already met. My court reporter is Kimberly Jancic. It's her responsibility to make sure that everything that is said in the courtroom is transcribed into what we refer to as the record. So anything that is said by you, the lawyers, or the witnesses is made part of that record. Remember, she can only take down what you say. She can't take down nods of the head, and uh-huhs and uh-uhs don't get translated very well either. So if you can give some sort of verbal response, it will make her job much, much easier. You've also met Mr. Sproul and Mr. Combs. They are here to assist you. You can talk to them regarding any general matters, such as parking, phone calls, those sorts of things. However, do not talk to them about this case, and they will not talk to you about the case. They're not being unfriendly. It's just that no one is permitted to discuss anything about this case with you. I assume that when you received your invitation to come join us this morning, you were not very excited about it. But I want to thank you for being here. I know that this process disrupts your lives, but I do want to thank you for being here. Please understand that the United States conducts probably about 90% of the world's jury trials. Many other countries do not trust their citizens to make these kinds of decisions and leaves those decisions to be made by some member of the government. However, when our country was formed, the people who formed our country believed that those types of decisions should be made by citizens rather than by government individuals. As a result, they placed in our federal constitution, and our state constitution has a similar provision for a right to a jury trial. I've been doing this for quite a while now, and I firmly believe that one of the strengths of our judicial system lies not in the lawyers, not even in the judges, but rather the dedication of our citizens who take part in this process. Without you, the right to a jury trial cannot be guaranteed. And in case you're wondering, yes, I have that same right. Yes, I've been sitting in the same seats that you're sitting in. I understand that it is a sacrifice for you to be here and put your lives on hold, and I deeply appreciate your participation in this indispensable part of our democratic society. Thomas Jefferson said, I consider trial by jury is the only anchor ever yet imagined by man by which a government can be held to the principles of its constitution. I've spoken to hundreds of jurors over the years, and although jury service at times was a significant inconvenience again and again, they told me that they were glad that they had served. They said it gave them a better understanding of how our system works and how important all of you are to it. I want to remind you first, before we begin, please turn off your phones and other electronic devices. They must be turned off at all times while you're in the courtroom. If anyone needs a minute to do that, please retrieve your phone and do that now. No? All right. In addition, there's a passel of you this morning. So we are identifying all of you by number as opposed to name for a couple of reasons. First of all, due to the number of jurors being called, we don't want there to be any confusion regarding who we are referring to at any point in time. There may be more than one Mr. Martinez or more than one Ms. Johnson, and because of that, it's easier for us and our staff to keep track of everybody by number. In addition, while the defendant, the attorneys, their staff, and the court personnel will know your name, referring to you by number is to protect you from contact by the media or other persons, curiosity seekers and the like, to protect you from unwanted publicity and to ensure that no outside information is communicated about you through this process and the trial. Finally, after talking with a lot of jurors over the years, they all told me that they were more comfortable when referred to by a number in open court rather than a name. The fact that we are identifying you by a number should have no impact at all on the presumption of innocence that the defendant is entitled to, or any impact in any other way as you consider and decide this case if you are selected as a juror in this matter. The case we're about to try is a criminal case. The prosecution is brought in the name of the people of the state of Colorado. The prosecution in this trial is represented by Michael Allen, Dave Young, and Angelina Gratiano, who are lawyers with the district attorney's office. If you guys want to stand for just a moment so they can tell who you are.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I will sometimes refer to the district attorney as the prosecution or the people. The defendant or accused in this case is Letecia Stauch, and she is represented by Josh Tellini and Will Cook.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning. The charge against the defendant is contained in what is called an information and complaint. An information and complaint simply describes the charge made by the prosecution against the defendant. It is not evidence of anything. In this case, Ms. Stauch is charged with murder in the first degree, child abuse resulting in death, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. To these charges, Ms. Stauch has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Therefore, the prosecution has the burden of proving the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury will decide whether the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has done the things that are contained in the information and complaint. If I can have all of you stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law to answer truthfully the questions asked by the court or counsel concerning your service as a juror in this case? Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Before we go any further, I want to ask, do any of you have any difficulty either hearing or seeing what's going on in the courtroom? If so, please raise your hand. And usually it's the people in the way back, because you guys are in the seats. You're way up in the box seats up there. So are you guys doing okay back there? Looks like it. Okay. In this case, 12 jurors and 6 alternates will be chosen. They will consider all the evidence produced during the trial. The jurors will determine what the facts are based on this evidence. The attorneys anticipate that it will take approximately 6 weeks for trial. This does not include deliberations or jury selection. We hope to start the presentation of evidence on April 3 of 2023. That would be 2 weeks from today, if all goes according to plan. So that would mean finishing the evidence sometime in mid to late May. I understand the burden that such a lengthy trial places on people. I previously presided over a case that took 18 weeks from start to finish. So I understand the burden that this places on jurors. Truly, I do. Our trial days will generally be from 9 to 5, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. There will not be any trial on Thursdays, as I have other docket matters that I have to attend to on that day. You will be able to go home to your families each day. And though you will not be able to discuss anything about this case with them, you will be able to talk with them about anything else. You can still help with homework. You can still talk about what your spouse, significant other, family, any person like that was doing at work, how their day went, anything like that. You just can't talk about this case. Knowing this time commitment, is there anyone who believes they would suffer an undue or extreme hardship if required to serve for this length of time? And I anticipate that I'm going to get a lot of hands, so we're going to start in this box first, knowing that time period. Okay. Let's see. Okay. You guys probably are not exactly sure what number you are. What I can tell you is that we start with number 1 in the back, closest to that hallway. So number 1, you had your hand up, is that right? Yes, sir. Tell me about your issue.
Well, I have graduations out east that I have to get to at the end of May. I'm a field supervisor that I coordinate trainings, and I actually go on trainings with my techs that run the whole Front Range and the area. So it'll really impact my work life and the stuff that I have to complete.
What kind of work do you do, sir?
I'm a field service supervisor for Diebold. We service all the banking industries.
Like ATMs or?
ATM, vaults.
Okay. All right. Anyone else back here? Number 3, yes, ma'am.
I'm an artist, self-employed. I've got a show coming up in April, one in June. Process of getting stuff ready for other galleries.
Tell me about the show that you have coming up in April.
Landscape show up in Denver.
It's a what show?
Landscape show. And then I've also got one coming up in June. It's plain show up in Denver.
Okay. And
Galleries in Taos and
okay. All right. And juror number 4, did you have your hand up? Yes, sir.
I just come out of a broken bone, so I'm working. So.
Okay. So if I understand it right, you've been off of work because of a broken foot? Okay. And how long were you off of work?
6 months.
Okay. And are you going, oops, wrong line there. And are you going back to work at the same place you were before you broke your foot?
Yeah. Lieutenant.
Okay. Oh, so you work out of town? Okay. What kind of work do you do, sir? Okay. And juror number 5, did you have your hand up? Yes, sir.
I'm a full-time college student at ECCS, and I go to classes Monday through Thursday, 8 to, I have to serve on a third.
Where you at? You would have just recently or are now doing midterms?
Around this time. So
Okay, and when are your finals, like the first or second week of May? And did you have, yes, ma'am, juror number 6? And how long is that for? All right, and did you have your hand up, sir? Okay, there we go. Juror number 8? Yes, ma'am.
It's Snow Whiteland and I'm the office manager there. I'm in charge of making sure the whole plant runs. I have to do a processing thing every day on the computer that makes my system roll from day to day to day to output all of the deliveries that our drivers have to put out. I
Okay.
have our keeping department, which all that I have to do. I'm the only one.
What do they do if you are out sick, you have the flu or something like that?
And I haven't missed a day of work in the last 2 years.
Okay. All right. And juror number 9, did you have your hand up? No. And juror number 10? Yes, ma'am. Well, I want your job. Where are you going? Okay, those long, so it takes a fair amount of time to get there. So I assume you're going to be wherever it is that you go for a period of time. Okay. Okay. All right. And in the front, juror number 12.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm the president of a small aerospace company here in town, and over the period that you've described, we have 3 major events, or I had 3 major events that I was going to be out of the office for. One in April for the space symposium here that we have to be at.
Oh, at the Broadmoor?
Yes, sir. The second one is a personal trip that I have to take down to Louisiana to be with my mom. And then the third trip was in June.
When, what is the time frame for the second trip?
It's the first and second week of May.
Okay. And juror number 13?
Yeah, so I work full-time and I'm a full-time college student at the moment. So taking all that time off would kind of affect that a lot for me. And then also during May 20th from the 14th to the 20th, I'm out in Utah visiting my mom
Okay,
for about a week. Yeah. And then
okay. And where do you go to school?
I'm at Pikes Peak Community College.
And is your testing schedule somewhat similar to what UCCS is?
Yeah, we run on pretty much the same class schedules and stuff.
All right. Anyone else? Juror 14?
Sorry. Ooh. I am also in school. I fly down to Florida every month to like do my tests and hands-on practicals for about like a week.
How's that work now? Run that by me again.
It's like a hybrid program where I do my classes here and then I fly down to get tested. So I fly down to Florida for a week and we do like our exams and our hands-on practicals then.
What kind of program is that?
Doctorate in physical therapy.
Oh, okay. All right. And when will you be going down to Florida?
The next one that I go on Monday, and then it's basically like every month after that.
So you mean a week from today,
Yes.
right? Okay. And juror number 15, did you have your hand up, ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
I'm retired, but I go up to Centennial on Sunday nights usually. And I take care of two of my grandchildren until, I take care of them Monday and Tuesday, and then I come back on Wednesdays. And that would really be hard. My daughter, there's no openings for those 2 days at her pre-K. So that would be a hardship. And then they have a work trip. I think it was April 27th for 4 days down in Santa Fe, where I would be watching them.
Say that again.
They're going on a work trip for work.
The parents are.
Yes.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
7
I got it.
4 days.
Okay. So the parents are leaving and you would be staying with the children. I got it. Okay. All right. All right. Anyone else in the juror number 16? Okay. Right. No, I understand it. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm also the presiding judge for probate court, so I understand what it is that you're going through and those sorts of things. Have you filed a probate action yet? Okay. Okay, I understand what it is that you need to get done there. Anyone else in this front row? Mr. Juror 18? Yes, sir.
Yes, I have actually living in 2 locations, one here and one up in upstate New York. And I have to be back there by May 1st and we drive. And I got 2 graduations to go to. And even though I'm retired, my wife and I are both like part-time and different things.
All right. Anyone else? Juror 19?
Two jobs full time, and I'm also a full-time student in college. First week of next month, I will be going up to Nebraska because my brother's wedding. And I'm so close as best I can.
So when you say the first week of next, you mean April, right? Okay. And juror number 20, did you have anything? No, sir. All right. All right. Let me ask the people in this section over here. Please raise your hand if this length of trial would cause a hardship or significant hardship for you. All right. I'm going to start over here. And you would be juror number 22. Yes, ma'am.
Also a full-time student, and I'm also doing a summer semester, so I have a similar schedule to theirs. But I'm also gonna start school.
Let me make sure I understand that right. Are you now a full-time student? Okay. And you're going to start your summer semester May 14th. Got it. Okay. I was a little confused about that. Okay. And where do you go to school?
Christian University.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. All right. And juror number 23. Yes, ma'am.
Must be health issues. And it's hard for me to get around and diabetes. It's not controlled.
Okay. We can, I've accommodated, I can accommodate a lot of different kind of health issues. We have people who are, or I've had jurors that were diabetic before. You can take snacks into the jury box, anything like that. Would that help? Okay. All right. And juror number 24, did you have your hand up? No? Juror number 25. Yes, sir.
On May 4th to May 6th, I'll be heading to Boston to move my daughter back here after her first year at college. And then June 1st to June 10th, we have a trip to Florida planned.
Okay. I don't have a calendar in front of me. Is the 24th through 26th, is that a weekend?
Is it my May time?
Yes.
Sorry, if I said May 4th to May 6th.
I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood. Okay, May 4 to May 6.
Yes, so
Oh,
I think it's a Thursday to Saturday.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I assume that's just moving your daughter home after her semester at college or something like that.
That's exactly right.
All right. All right. Anyone else? Juror number 27.
I'm a radiology supervisor at UC Health, and we have a work trip planned to New Orleans, April 17th through the 20th.
How does that work?
It's Stevens Health and Years conference that they throw every year, and
Okay.
was one of the supervisors selected to go down there.
Okay. And what are the dates again?
17th through the 20th.
17. Oh, so that's a Monday. Excuse me, a Monday through a Thursday? Okay. All right, and next row back, juror 35, did you have any issues? No? Juror 36, yes, ma'am.
Provider for my elected daughter. I work at night. Night.
Okay, so as I understand it, you take care of your daughter who has seizure issues? Okay, and you do that, or you work during the day, you work at night, okay. Okay. Juror 37, did you have any issues? Yes, sir.
So the kids a 14th teacher. School and
Okay. Are you doing CMAS right now?
we're getting ready for that. So that'll be the 3 weeks of May.
Okay. Excuse me. Juror 38. Yes, ma'am.
I'm a full-time nursing student at Dismissals, and I'm also moving out of the country at first to exactly which date.
When does your semester end?
It's like mid-May-ish.
Okay. Juror 39. Yes, sir.
Role as a financial advisor is on still.
Juror 40. Did you have any issues? No, you should be 40. 41 should be right next to you. 31. No, 31, it should be over here. What? Yeah, that your juror number this morning may have been 31, but right now you're juror 40. Or seat, you're in seat 40. So we're referring to you by the seat number that you're in. Does that? We are. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, the juror numbers that you got when you first came in to the jury assembly room are different than the numbers I'm referring to you now. Does that help clarify what we're doing? Okay, good. Okay, so juror number 40, and the reason why we're doing that is because we have a different seating chart in here. So juror number 40, did you have any issues?
I do. I am out of town April 26th to May 2nd. Wedding.
Okay. Juror number 41, yes, sir.
I'm also a full-time student. I go to college in Denver. Most of my classes are in person and
When you say having, oh, are you living in Denver? Okay, but you are a resident of El Paso County. You're just up there for school, living up there for school for right. Okay, I got it. I just wanted to make sure about that because that's something I'll get to later. Okay, in the back, last row there, we have, that would be juror number 49. Did you have an issue? No, you're 50. Hold on.
No, sir.
Okay, juror 50. Yes, sir.
I'm just finishing a dissertation. I'm like a double-time student. I work full-time and I don't know if it matters, but I have no reliable transportation at home.
Okay. Right. Juror 51. Yes, ma'am. Through when? Yes. Juror 52.
I have some guests.
Like the week of April 20. I'm sorry. So it'd be like April 24. And juror 53. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I have a major customer meeting coming up 30th. I'm doing a meeting for that first. but it is on.
Okay. When you say on the 30th, do you mean this month or next month? Of March, okay. That would be a Thursday. You'd still be able to do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was it was in preparation for,
So that, the meeting tomorrow is in preparation for the 30th meeting.
okay.
We do an action level, meeting prior to that so that the chairs are prepared a week out.
And you would still be able to do that because I think, that we're not going to start evidence at the earliest until April 3. So you would be able to do the meeting tomorrow as well as the meeting on the 30th. Would that help?
That would help, but I also have a training that is happening. I think it's the last week in April, that I would be, that Friday.
Okay.
There may have been another date, but I can't think of that right.
All right. Juror 54, did you have any issues? No. All right. Juror 55. Good morning, sir.
Two businesses, one a larger landscape company here in Colorado Springs, and the other is a plant nursery with a location here in the main location, Glenwood Springs. I'm typically in Glenwood Springs, 2 days a week up there, to monitor that business also. Obviously, spring is a pretty busy time.
Right. All right. Let me start here. First row, first person would be juror 28. Did you have any issues, sir? No? All right. Juror 29.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
It just depends on the length of the whole trial. We have a 40th anniversary trip paid for starting July 3rd through the 17th. So,
Oh, we'll be done long before then.
that would be relationship limiting, I think.
Ma'am? Right, and, juror 30?
Trips out of town, the end of March, so the 1st to the 3rd April, end of April, I believe between 7th to a 2nd or 3rd, it's a Tuesday, and then 27th through June.
Okay,
Now I'm one of two stores. They're starting up that actually went out to bid right now, but somebody else would.
okay. Juror number 31?
I'm a full-time student at Doherty.
Of May? Juror 32, did you have any issues? Yes, sir.
Severe case of gout, and so it's very difficult for me to walk right now. I'm doing it because I haven't been able to walk for almost 6 months. Do what I gotta do, but difficult for me to sit for a very long period of time. I own my own business, but I have to most of the time be around, exercise a little bit. It's taking me a long time to get over this.
Okay. Juror 33, did you have any issues? Yes, sir.
An insurance sales representative, majority of my income is commission based, so being on a jury for 6 to 8 weeks.
And juror 34, did you? No? All right. And let's start again, going back over here to the second row on the end there, juror 42. Did you have any issues, ma'am?
Work part-time.
Well, that's going to take you a while to get down to Texas, right? Oh, okay. How often do you have to do that?
I typically do it every 3 months. We're questioning day to day.
Okay. And is she on her own or is she in assisted? Okay. And tell me a little bit about the part-time work that you do.
Work as an admin.
Okay. And juror 43, did you have any issues, ma'am?
Just one, my son graduates from yes and Friday, May.
I can tell you, along with juror 29's issues about relationship issues, we are not having trial on May 12th because I have a graduation that I have to be at. You would be able to make that. So in light of that, would that help? Right. Juror 44. All right. 45. 46.
I'm actually recovering from a business that did open back in 2021. I have been unemployed for about 3 weeks. I did put an application and I did get a job that I'm supposed to start.
I've had a hard time understanding.
Yeah, slow down, speak up and slow down. Let's try again.
So I am recovering from a business that I did open back in 2021. I have been unemployed for about 3 weeks. I did get a job at Amazon. I am supposed to start working on the 25th. And my main concern would be, because I'm pretty much living paycheck to paycheck, how I would pay my rent and utilities.
I think we had Amazon here back in 2018. Okay. The case that I had that was 18 weeks, I truly understand. I truly understand the impact that it has. But one of the things that I found out was that many employers continue to pay their employees if they are on jury service, and I can get you a letter that says that you're here. So what I want you to do when we take a break at over the noon hour is contact Amazon and ask them whether or not they do that. I don't know whether they do or whether they don't. My experience in the last case that I had was that some large employers, and it surprised me what employers did it, but it was like Target, USAA, Walmart. There were a number of others that actually continued to pay their employees so long as they were on jury service. So what I want you to do over the noon hour when we take our break is contact Amazon and see if you can find out an answer to that question, okay? All right. Juror 47.
I am in the middle of divorce court. I have a status conference upcoming Wednesday where our judge is setting the final. So that might impact this.
Okay. We might be able to help with that because we're all judicial officers and we understand what's going on. So, but I also can't promise anything. So, but I will keep that in mind. Juror 48.
Yes, sir. I'm the sole caregiver to my wife. A bed rest with a fractured back and wrist. Diagnosed with osteoporosis. Always a risk of fall if I'm not around.
All right. And is there anyone else that helps you do that? And then this is where I sort of start to lose it a little bit because I can't see quite that far back. But I believe we are in the next row back. This end, there you go. You would be juror 56. All right. In juror 57? Yes, sir.
I'm the sole administrator for a school district. As we come into April and to our compliance reporting.
And what district is that?
11, we've got about 100 teachers, middle and
Okay. Juror 58.
Got a medical issue. I've had my spine fused twice and fractured. It's just difficult to sit for a real extended period of time with regular breaks. And if I could stand without being a distraction.
I'm glad that you brought it up because I have this come up. It's not uncommon. It's not every case that I have a jury in, but it's actually pretty common. You might have noticed that the chairs and the benches that you're sitting in weren't made by Lazy Boy. If you need to stand and stretch or something like that in order to be comfortable, go ahead and do that. Okay. So we will be taking regular breaks. In case you're wondering, we generally take one for about 15 minutes or so, somewhere between 10:15, 10:30. And then we will take a lunch break about noonish, something like that. If you are a juror and you're sitting, if you are selected to serve as a juror, you end up in an upgraded seat from where you are sitting now. And it's a little bit more comfortable. You would still be able to stand, stretch, do any of those kinds of things. Would that help? Okay. Juror 59.
I'm usually in the 1 to 2 next time.
When does he get out of school?
It's out at 3:05.
And what happens if you're not there to pick him up?
Usually I can find somebody to pick them up.
Right, I got it. And how old is he? So, second grade, third grade, fourth grade. Okay. All right, thank you. Juror number 60.
I'm currently an attorney in private practice, and bill. So if I'm not in the office billing, then there's no income coming in. Additionally, on April 24th, more importantly, I'm going to be working Mr. Allen as a deputy district attorney.
Oh. Mr. Allen?
Fired him on Friday.
Okay, all right. I'm going to excuse you now.
If I go back down to the
No.
assembly room.
Nope, you're good to go. So we will just excuse you now. All right, juror 61 and juror 62. No issues. All right. And then next row back on this far end, juror 63. Yes, ma'am.
I am a state the 1-year-old, and also I work from home in between. And my one responsibility I have for my job this year is a retreat that I help.
Yeah.
What juror number was that, Your Honor?
That was 63.
Thank you.
Okay, and juror 64.
Sure, I'm the only caretaker for my wife of 81 years old. Prior to the hearing, you're asthmatic, She does not drive. I do all of her doctor's appointments and, transportation for her needs.
Juror 65.
Possibly. I'm a stay-at-home mom too. We do have my mother-in-law and my husband when he's off work able to do it, so it would have to be some logistics.
Okay, no, I appreciate your honesty. Thank you. All right, and juror 66.
Problems.
Okay, juror 67. 68.
So I supplement my social security administrative. Also run an air.
Okay.
All right. Yes.
Okay. Juror 69. No issues. And then going into the far back on this end, juror number 70. No issues. Juror 71. Oh, juror 7.
I would be willing to forego. If cancel.
Okay, all right. All right.
If you gave me a note, I probably get my language.
I can, if, and I can do that. For anybody who is here that is missing work or something like that, I can give you a letter that will explain that you're here and not on a beach in Cabo or something like that. So that you can have that for your employer or anything else like that. So, all right, or an airline or whatever. So yes, thank you. Juror 71. Okay. And juror 72.
I have a trip planned to Europe, May 24th through June 1st. Night shift at Amazon, and as of this moment, I've been up 20 hours, so. I'm just.
Well, I appreciate that, but if you are selected, you're not going to be able to work. Okay, all right. Juror 73.
I have 2 scheduled travel events.
Okay. Juror 74. No issues. Juror 75. The wedding is April 29. Okay. Can you see?
My wife's.
Okay. All right. All right. At this point in time, I'm going to ask the jurors to look around the courtroom. And the question that I have is, do any of the potential jurors know each other? All right. That's good. I've got 2 hands. Sometimes I'll get 1, and that's always interesting. Okay. So juror number 75 far back in this corner, who do you know? Okay.
Wedding in Charlotte.
Okay. Well, how come he's going and you're not?
I am.
Oh, you are. You're going to, okay, all right, same wedding, okay. All right. I thought I saw two other hands. Let's see, juror number 55. Who do you know? On the end, yes, sir.
Financial advisor.
Okay, and that would be, that would be juror number 39. Okay. All right. Anyone else? And let's see, in the back here, juror number 50. Oh, over back. Oh, wait. Here. Okay. All right. I had another hand back here. Okay. Okay. All right. For those jurors who know each other, is there anything about that if you were selected to serve as jurors in this? Is there anything, if you were selected to serve as jurors in this case, is there anything that would prevent you or cause you any difficulty in serving with a juror that you know? If so, please raise your hand. Right, no response. Let's see. I'm going to go through a list of reasons that may disqualify you. One of the reasons was already given by juror number 60 if you're working for the DA's office or will be working for the DA's office. But I need to go through some of those other reasons as well. Please raise your hand if any of you are related to the defendant or any of the attorneys. No response. Please raise your hand if you have a relationship of guardian and ward, employer and employee, landlord and tenant, debtor or creditor, or principal and agent to, or are you a member of the household of or partner in business with or surety on bond or obligation for the defendant? That is a really long lawyer question asking for certain legal relationships that you may have with the defendant. Does anybody think they fit in that category? Please raise your hand. No response. Are you now or have you ever been a party in a civil lawsuit involving the defendant or have complained against or been accused by her in a criminal prosecution? Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you are a witness to any matter related to the crime or its prosecution. Anyone think they're a witness to this case? Response. Please raise your hand if you have a personal or financial interest in the outcome of this case. Anyone think they fit in that category? Yeah, no response. Do any of you have any feelings or a bias for or against the defendant or the prosecution? Please raise your hand. All right, looks like we have a couple. I'm going to go through it the same process that I did before. We had juror number 1. You raised your hand. Yes, sir.
As far as you're asking if I have any preconceived notions of the case?
It is. Do you have the question was, do you have any feelings or a bias for or against the defendant or the prosecution?
Oh, just everything that I've seen, news media coverage, everything like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I pretty much have a good opinion.
And we'll get to that. That'll be a little bit of a separate kind of question, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But would you be able to set that bias aside and decide this case based only on the evidence that you're going to hear in this courtroom?
I can try.
Okay. And I understand that that's a tough question and it's a tough issue. And all I'm asking for is your best and most honest answer, because one of the things that is true in every case is that nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. Nothing that the media says is evidence. The only evidence comes from this witness stand, or it's an exhibit or something like that. So you'll see somebody come in, you'll see them raise their hand, they swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They sit down, they are questioned by one side, they're cross-examined by the other side. And then if you're selected as a juror, the jurors actually in the state of Colorado have an opportunity to submit questions as well. Whether or not there's a process for that, and if you're selected as a juror, I'll explain what that is. But there's a process to submit questions. Now, none of that happens with the lawyers. The lawyers never get up and take an oath to tell the truth. They never sit in that witness stand and tell you anything. They are here as paid advocates. They're here to try and persuade you to a particular position in the case. The media is not a witness either. They don't come in. They're just reporting back. They may report parts of it. They may report not report parts of it. So the question is, and it may be that people have read things about this, heard things, seen things about this case, but the question is going to be ultimately, can you decide the case on the facts and the instructions that I give you? You can try. Okay. Anyone else in here? Juror 17?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
As this morning, as I stated on the juror form, I would have trouble child abuse or very specifically.
Okay. Can you find me her juror 17? Can you give me her questionnaire? Anyone else in this group? Right in the back on this side. And we'll start in the front, juror 27 on the end here.
Raise my hand, but I would be willing to sign my.
Okay. Okay. And it sounds like you had some issues, you saw some things, may have formed some opinions. Nothing wrong with that. The question is always whether or not, because it may be that you have read something and then you hear the evidence and you go, well, that's not what was reported. Or you say, well, I don't see it quite that way. So the question always is not whether or not you've read something or seen something, but whether or not you can put that aside and decide the case based on the evidence in this courtroom. And it sounds like the answer is you think you can. Okay. Then we're going to go to juror 23. Yes, ma'am.
I've gone through a similar situation. I have a granddaughter that's in prison for what she did. And it was child abuse and resulting in death. So I'm not sure if.
Okay. And then on the end, juror 21. Yes, ma'am.
Opinions and things. And I'm not sure that I can hold this at this time.
Okay. And let me tell you, we do a lot of different kinds of trials in the building. And the issue is not, I don't think there's anybody that has ever taken a position in any trial that what happened to a child was a good thing or that it should happen or something like that. The question is whether or not the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt what it's required to prove. And can you decide the case based on that evidence? Do you think that you can do that? In the next row, let's see, juror 38. Yes, ma'am.
I've seen lots of news media. I guess I already have a preconception.
Right. Anyone else in this group over here? Juror, I think 40. Yes, ma'am.
I have followed this case.
Okay. And anyone else in that second row? Last row? Anyone in the last row? No? Right, over here, hands, I have a couple here and there. Juror 30, yes, ma'am.
I also have
Okay. And that's a separate issue too. We'll talk about that a little bit differently. So when I get to that, remember to raise your hand, okay? Okay. Anyone? And juror 42, yes, ma'am. And also in the second row, let's see, Mr. I will get there. Juror 46. Yes, sir. That's you. That is you. Yes, sir.
I went to a seminar, I lost a family member to and I do not have any like that type of stuff anymore. That person. And that's recently I
Okay. All right. Next row back. One in the next row back. And the next row behind that, juror 63. Yes, ma'am.
So I would have a bit of a time to decide, just that child abuse in this case. So studied. And so
A what therapist? A play therapist, okay.
kids, and so I'm always an advocate for kids while knowing the mental evidence-based background that I'm learning.
Okay. One else in that row? Uh-oh. Sorry, I must have missed you. Juror number 20, I'm sorry, 33? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff on like. Probably would be a little.
Okay. And again, the issue is, not even going to go into the accuracy of social media. But even with respect to media itself, they can only report what they've heard. And I can tell you that this case has never been tried before. There are people that have never testified before. There are statements that have never been released before. So the issue is, can you set aside what you've seen and heard and decide the case based on the evidence that you hear in the courtroom? Okay. All right, and let me get back to last row again. Okay, hand over there. That would be juror 68. Yes, ma'am. That's you with the hand. Yes.
I was.
Okay. No, that's, no, I appreciate you sharing that. And last row, jurors 71. Yes, sir. Okay. Anyone else in the back row? Looks like we have a hand here. Juror 48. Yes, sir.
Was that? Military court martial. Dealt with child abuse. See rape. Fiction and. Service. To that point, I really didn't have any
thoughts on child abuse? Pardon my heart. Crimes like that.
Okay. So I think what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a break. A couple of things. The restrooms are down the hallway. I know that there's a lot of you. There's only one restroom on this floor. Well, one on each side. Just as you go past the glass doors and then just before you get to the glass doors on the other side. A couple of things before you go. We need to have you back in your seats. We honor the third grade seating chart here. So remember where you are, because when you come back, you have to be in the same place. If you switch places, it causes all kinds of consternation for us. So remember the third grade seating chart. Again, don't discuss this case among yourselves. Excuse me, don't discuss this case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. And if I can have all of you leave the courtroom now and be back at 10:35. And remember where your seats are, and we'll see you then. All rise for the jury, please.
Oh no, a break. Wisconsin, that's what I was coming up to talk about. I hope my chair and stuff are not too loud. So this is the case of Ganon Stauch. He was only 11. Sorry, I just ran up the stairs when I heard him say that they were taking a break. Let me just see.
Yes. Yeah, you can leave anything that you want to leave here in the courtroom. You can leave here in the courtroom. So if you want to leave your coats, backpacks, whatever, you can leave it here.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking.
Okay, so he stopped talking. This is little Ganon when he was born, 9/29 of 2008. His parents divorced and he remarried a lady named Letecia. Letecia had a lot of issues, but apparently was able to hide them from Al, which is the father. Little Ganon, the little daughter, and Harley, which is Letecia, the mother's daughter. So there was Ganon 11, his little sister who was 8, Harley, who was almost 18, Letecia, the mother, the stepmother, and Al, the father. Al was in the National Guard, so he was not at home. And what ends up happening here is this. So he was born, he only weighed 1 pound. And yes, that's them talking in the background. They're on break. Sorry, Millie. He was reported missing January 27th of 2020. According to the search records.
Right, record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. At this point in time, Deputy Robinson, do you need to take a restroom break? Okay.
Maybe not. So this is Dad. And this is Letecia. Okay. She's, we really try to be super fair on this channel, but this lady.
You want us to stay in the back hallway for restroom breaks?
From everything I've seen.
Yeah, if you need to go out, hey, Todd, open that door and prop it open. See if it will get cooler in here.
Bathroom breaks, like.
Yeah, it's a little.
Mute yourself, Judd. Mute yourself before you say something you shouldn't. So she calls out.
I'm just going to start.
Says she thinks that he ran away. That she let him go out between 3 and 4 p.m. and he went to walk down the street to a friend's house. I'm cutting it out. It's because of them. Okay, hold on. because he's talking. Is that any better? Or is it bad? Yeah, it's been a long time coming.
I see the red light. Is there some kind of infrared thing?
That's better. Yeah, I had to turn him off. We were competing there. So
Shine it up.
I don't think that he knows they're not muted, which is bad. But I turned him down. So it's just a brief update on what happened. She called in and said that he was sick, right? I'm going to give you just the quick, fast, whatever here. Starts at 4:37 a.m. on January 27th. She calls into work. She says that her stepfather was killed. He got hit by a truck or something. It was in a terrible car accident. She also calls Ganon's school. Around 8:13 in the morning, she takes some photos of Ganon sleeping. Okay, so let's see here. She takes some pictures of him sleeping. She sends those to Al, the dad. 10:16, a neighbor's video across the street shows her Nissan Frontier leaving with her and Ganon. She leaves her phone at home. Her cell phone's at home. 10:37 a.m. There's a text from Ganon to his 17-year-old stepsister, Harley. Letecia left the phone home. If you need her, text me. 11:22, she makes some purchases at Petco. For those who are all the way caught up, completely caught up, how's the sound? Because I think some people are behind. 12:06, Dad texts Ganon, hey buddy. 1:21, Ganon's phone response to Al is, can I play Zelda at least? And he replies, not today. 1:22, she makes another purchase at Petco. 1:43 p.m., Ganon's phone searches, can my parent find my cell phone if it's off? 2:19 p.m., vehicle returns home. Letecia gets out, and underneath the car on the other side, you can see feet, and they are believed to be Ganon. The ADT security shows no activity in the house between 10:16 and 2:19 p.m. 2:22, Ganon and Letecia enter the home. ADT records motion that there are people upstairs and downstairs, okay? Ganon's room is in the basement. At 2:45, Letecia picks up and unlocks her phone. 3:15, Letecia says this is when Ganon leaves home to go play with his friend. 3:15, Lena, the little sister, arrives home and is told Ganon is sleeping in his room. She sends her outside to play. You can see her for about 15 minutes outside riding her bike. 3:41 to 4:20, there are several texts between Letecia and Harley, her daughter, and Letecia and Al. 4:42, Harley arrives home, picks up Lena, and leaves. 4:52, she texts Harley, get carpet powder, 2 things, baking soda and trash bags. This is 4:52 p.m. 5:51, there's a receipt of items purchased that she told her daughter to get. 6:55, she calls 911 and reports Ganon missing. Yes, this is live. They're on a break right now. If the mods could just handle the questions, if you know the answer, just while I'm reading. 10:09, deputies respond and are unable to locate Ganon. This is the next day now. 5:14 a.m., Letecia is texting a babysitter. She says, This happened after 3:30. We talked to him then and told him to be home by 6. The sitter says someone posted he wasn't at school either. She says he had to go to the doctor for his stomach, but he was here in the afternoon. The sitter says, where did he say he was at? Letecia replies, honestly, I don't keep up with friends. I'm going over the timeline. They're on break. I'm going over it for the people who aren't familiar with the case. 8:30 a.m. This is Tuesday. A receipt shows Letecia rents a 2019 Kia Rio from Avis Rent-A-Car in Colorado Springs. 8:48, she sends a text to Harley to pull her car, which is a white VW Jetta, into the garage. 8:50, Letecia picks Al up from the Colorado Springs airport, stops at King Soppers, Wendy's, and then heads back home to Lorson Ranch. 12:57, a search on Letecia's phone. Can Nintendo find my Switch? 4:04 p.m. to 4:17 p.m. Investigators ask Letecia for Ganon's toothbrush for DNA. At 4:19, she texts Al. They are asking for our son's toothbrush, but say nothing is wrong. Something isn't right. I think they're hiding something. Al says, who? The police? She replies, yes, they ask for toothbrushes. Al says, what do you think they're hiding? Okay. 7 p.m., she picks up a VW Tiguan that she left earlier that morning at the airport in the short-term parking lot. So there's cars all over the place now, okay? Between 7:02 and midnight, detectives believe Letecia used the Tiguan to dump Ganon's remains. Between 8:30 and 10:20, location data from that same car shows the vehicle was in the area of Highway 105 Perry Park Road in Douglas County. Phone data from that car shows the vehicle north of USAFA and south of Douglas County. 9:16 to 9:28, data from the vehicle shows the car driving into a rural area of Highway 105 and Perry Park and then driving out. 10:26, Harley leaves the residence and detectives believe she picked up Letecia near Powers and Carefree. That's why some people think that Harley had something to do with all of this. Letecia makes a statement to investigators via text message. What do you want from me? Because I have nothing. One of your very own leaked to me what you guys were doing. I did nothing, am or being set up. I'm not really even sure other than being told that by another blue with El Paso. I was told I couldn't go home to sleep, and on top of that, men were sent to a home with a minor female, and she was forced to stay there, not to even have a good. Every conversation that's said, even at this moment, I can hear inside. What do you want from me? Detective Bethel replies, come in to talk to me. I would just like information to find Ganon. Wednesday, 9 a.m. Rental Kia Rio returned the morning of January 29th. 11:30, surveillance video catches the Tiguan at the car wash with potential blood on the back bumper. 12 p.m. She arrives at the EPSO office for an interview with the detectives. She's 2 hours late. She brings in several pieces of paper with her with notes for an interview with the detectives. She's a very strange character, okay? During the police interview, this is important. She claims she was being held at gunpoint, raped by a Hispanic male named Eduardo, and Ganon was abducted by the male after he finished raping her. She claims the man was in the basement when she came home on January 27th and allowed her to greet Lena, but to send her back outside. She claims the man raped her between 3:30 and 4:30. She may have hit her head and blacked out, and Ganon saw what was going on and jumped on the rapist's back. The rapist threw Ganon across the room, held him at gunpoint, and demanded a suitcase and a cardboard box. She claims she cleaned up the area. They offer her a rape exam. She denies it. They take her phone. At the end of the interview, she sticks tissues down her pants. She starts claiming chest pain and shortness of breath. She's transported to the hospital. The Tiguan is seized from her. She leaves the hospital without telling investigators anything. She's picked up by an unknown person and seen reunited with her daughter Harley several miles away. So, after the interview, investigators find multiple carpet brushes with suspected carpet fibers on them in the dishwasher at the Stauch residence. Investigators locate an empty gallon of vinegar. She goes and rents a 2020 Nissan Altima. Investigators put a GPS tracking device on it, of course. She texts Nicole, who owns their home. When we came back inside from the smoke, there was blood on both of us. I didn't know what to do. I was scared I would get out about it, and I don't know if he should go to the doctor. I kept trying to add the candle thing, but Albert kept saying it was small and minor. I was scared the basement was smoky, and when I threw the cover, everything, we both had blood. And we don't know what the homeowner replied, but she said, "You don't understand how it is to be a stepmom." So she heads back to Douglas County. The police believe this was because she was making sure his remains couldn't be seen anywhere. All right, they should almost be back. Detectives conduct more searches. Obviously, they start finding blood. His blood seeped through his bed, through the carpet, through the pad, and stained the concrete. Blood and blood spatter were located on the walls. Let's see if he's back. Hold on. No, they're both muted. Okay. We'll know when they get back. 50 droplets of suspected blood were found on the walls near Ganon's bed. Ganon's mattress had a red stain on the carpet and blood cast on the wall. Bloodstains on the wall were likely created by gunshot, blunt force, or stabbing. Suspected blood is found behind and around the edges of an electrical socket next to Ganon's bed. February 13th, investigators start monitoring phone calls between Letecia and Al. They claim her story continuously changed, which it does. She states Ganon was burned with a candle to the point that his skin bubbled. It peeled off, and he ended up wiping the blood on his bedroom walls. Okay. Al did not ask about blood on the wall before Letecia made that comment. She ends up telling 4 more crazy-ass stories that make no sense. When the deputies came to the house on January 27th, the abductor was still in the house, she said. She tried to tell the deputies that somebody was there. The deputies had actually checked the entirety of the house, and there was nobody there. She also tells him that she was raped by Quincy Brown at her home, and he abducted Ganon. She knew Brown's identity because she saw a paper with his ID fall out of his pocket, and she sent that photo of him to Al. But the truth is, she saw him on a wanted poster. There he is. Okay. She claims Quincy followed her from Petco. Now, forget Eduardo, the Hispanic person. Okay, forget that. Now, this is the new person, and his name is Quincy. At some point, he was laying in the middle of the road in front of her. When she stopped not to run him over, he jumped in the car and made him take her to the house where he raped her. Letecia and Ganon were near County Line Road and Highway 105 in North El Paso County on January 27th. Ganon was riding his bicycle in the area, fell. This is another story, by the way. Fell, hit his head, and was abducted by Quincy Brown, and was driven by a man named Terrence. Letecia tells investigators searches in that area would be futile. Police believe that Letecia also fabricated this story after seeing Brown's picture in a lineup of Pikes Peak's most wanted fugitives. Of course she did, because she's a lunatic. The 15th, investigators located a piece of particle board during their search. It had a stain that appeared to be blood. The blood matched Ganon. Ganon's blood was found near Highway 105 and Perry Park Road. Investigators think she used the particle board during the disposal of Ganon's remains. She tells investigators she told Al that Ganon fell off his bike because she thought that's what he wanted to hear. Letecia told Al over the phone the blood in the corner of Ganon's room was a combo of hers and Ganon's. She said the abductor raped both her and Ganon and was present when the detectives came to the house. She's just, I cannot. The 16th, she tells a female friend, Tila Cummings, that she has given Al false stories because she knows he's just not going to believe anything she says anyway, so, what's the point? Then on the 17th, she tells Laura Abernathy she was thinking about flying out of Colorado to take a lie detector test to prove her innocence because they think she's still in Colorado, but she really isn't, okay? She tells an unknown female that she's going to take a lie detector test, but the test wouldn't be admissible in court and no law enforcement would be present.
All right,
Well, what do you
court
think?
will recall.
It was actually fakepolygraph.com.
Letecia Stauch. While we were on break, I looked at some of the explanations.
Can you hear the judge?
Comments that had been made. So I'm going to start excusing some people now. And again, it will be by number. Sorry, the people in the back probably couldn't hear me very well.
Okay, let me look. I don't know why. Why would it not? It was fine a second ago. Okay, so hold on.
And then,
hold on. Hold on. Try it again.
For a teal t-shirt with glasses. Gentlemen, yes, that would be 37, 38, 40, and 41. Juror 50 with the Mask on in the back. Juror 51 sitting next to him, and juror 55 on the end. You all can leave as well. Now, while you have to stay in your same seat, you can spread out a little bit more if you would like to. You get a little bit more room. Okay, and then because this group is bigger, I'm going to excuse from the back first. So it would be juror 71, the gentleman there. Yep, you're 71, 72, 73, and 75. You can go ahead and leave. Then next row up on the end, juror 63, juror 64, and juror 68. You can leave now. 68, that's you. Yep, in the glasses. And 63 and 64, you can go ahead and leave too. You're 63 on the end. You're 60, that's all right. You're 63 and you're 64. There you go. And then next row this way, juror 60, who is the woman in the glasses.
60 was the DA that I hired.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what threw me off. See, you guys did great. You did great. You came back, remembered your seats, but it's different because there's one guy's missing. That's right. Okay. Row next from that, forward from that, juror 48 on the end over here. Juror 46, gentleman in the black coat. And juror 42 on the end. You guys can go ahead and leave now. And then in this front row, 3, 48, 46, and 42. No. Oh. In the meantime, in the front row, juror 30. Next to her, juror 31. And juror 33. Oh, that's okay. Be more specific next time. It's all good. All right. Okay, the next question that I have for all of you is, are any of you an employee of any public law enforcement agency or the public defender's office? If so, please raise your hand. No response. Please raise your hand if you are not a citizen of the United States, are not at least 18 years old, nor a resident of this county. Anyone think they're in that category? Juror number 8, or yes, 8.
Wasn't sure, Virginia resident. I live in Colorado Springs.
Okay, and let me clarify for just a moment. It's actually juror number 7. I'm thrown off by the people being missing too. So juror number 7, let me make sure I understand this right. You are a citizen of West Virginia? You are a Virginia resident. Where's your driver's license? No. Where was your driver's license issued? Okay, all right. So you have a Colorado driver's license and you're living here in Colorado. Okay, all right. That counts. So you'd be okay. But thanks for raising the issue. Appreciate it. Anyone else think they're in any of those categories? And one of the reasons why we ask this question is because sometimes if you note the last part of it was, are you a resident of this county? We ask that question because we send out juror summonses about between 4 and 6 weeks prior to the time of a trial. And so we send them to that address, they get forwarded, somebody moves, and they're actually living somewhere else. So that's really what that is designed to address. Does anyone think they're in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you're unable to read, speak, or understand the English language. Does anybody think they're in that category? Again, no response. Please raise your hand if you're incapable due to physical or mental limitations to render satisfactory jury service. Anyone think they're in that category? And is it the gout? Okay, and that's juror 32. Okay, I will, let me think about that some, and we'll see where we are. Whoops. Just a second. I think that I have addressed this with questions earlier, but because the dynamics are a little bit different now, let me ask it again. Please raise your hand if you have the sole responsibility for the daily care of a permanently disabled person living in your household such that your service would create a substantial risk of injury to the health of that disabled person. Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait. Juror 36, go ahead.
Take her to school.
How old is she? And she gets off of school or out of school when? Okay. Anyone else? Right. Let's go ahead and hand out the witness list now. What's going to happen is the staff is going to be handing you out a witness list. I'm going to give you a few minutes to go over it. It's long. The question that I'm going to have for you at the end is, do any of you know any of the potential witnesses in this case? And once you get done with that list, the attorneys may have a couple others that are not on that list, and I'll ask them if there's anybody else that they're going to add to that. But the question at the end is, do any of you know any of the potential witnesses? And if you see, let's see, I think everybody's got them now. There are notepads and a pen on the bar in front of you. If you need to write something down to check, please don't write on the list. But if you need to write something down, you can do that. So just let us know. And so that the attorneys know that it's coming, we're going to do a 2-minute mini opening statement in just a minute. while we're taking this break, does council need to see the strikes that I had? Would that help? Did you get them as I was going through them?
I can have a copy of the witnesses.
Mr. Allen, are you guys good over here with the strikes that I went through up to speed?
Yeah, the ones that you've already announced, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. All right, it looks like everybody, does anyone need more time with the witness list? Please raise your hand. Looks like, okay, all right, that's fine. I'm not trying to hurry. I'm just trying to gauge where we are. And when you're done, just pass it to the center or pass it up to one of these, either Mr. Combs or Mr. Sproul.
It's not signed.
All right. And prosecution, are there any other witnesses which the prosecution may call that were not on that list?
Not that we're aware of at this time, Judge.
Jack, we got one more back there. And from the defense?
Possibly Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser and possibly an investigator.
Okay. Does anyone think they know any of the potential witnesses in this case? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, it looks like we have a few. Let me get back to my list here. Juror number 11. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I know Investigator Colvin on a professional level.
Okay. And where does Investigator Colvin fit in?
She's one of our DAO investigators, Judge.
Okay. And how do you know Investigator Colvin?
Because I'm a DHS welfare fraud investigator, so I create my own fraud case and give it to her. She then verifies and gets the arrest warrants out from the DA's office on my cases.
I've done some of those. So you work with her on a daily basis?
Not daily, Your Honor, just when I have a case that breaches the statutes of felony fraud.
Okay. And well, let me ask, do you have any knowledge from your contacts with her about this case?
No, Your Honor.
So the concern is that you do know her on a professional basis, work with her regularly, those kinds of things. Do I have that right? Okay. Do you think that you would be able to set aside, well, let me ask, is she a coworker or is she a friend or both?
I would say more a coworker. I don't know her on a personal level at all. I just know
Okay.
that she does take a lot of my cases that I give to the district attorney, verifies, looks at my stuff, figures out what statutes that
Okay.
others will go under, because I don't have that option. I just say this is what they did.
Okay.
And then we discuss those, but we've never discussed anything more than professional case.
Okay. Would you be able to judge her testimony? I don't know whether she's going to testify or not. Let me tell you that.
Okay.
Oftentimes what each side puts on their witness list is somebody that they may call. That doesn't mean that they're going to call them. And it may be somebody that has some peripheral, I mean, for all I know, she may have put in some information on a computer screen one time and that's it, but they need that witness to establish some foundation. It's also possible that there was some investigation by that person. That person will be testifying about a critical piece of evidence in this case. So it could be from one extreme to the other and anywhere in between.
Mm-hmm.
The question that I have for you is, would you be able to judge the investigator's testimony just as you would judge any other testimony that was given by someone?
Absolutely.
Would you find her to be more credible just because you know her? Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror number 7? Yes, sir. Okay. And how do you know that person? Oh, you were both in the military together? Okay. Do you know this person since they left the military? Oh, he's still in the military. Probably not the same guy, is it?
Probably, can we get a copy of that list back so we can follow along?
Sure. I need one too.
Thank you.
And what was the name again? Ian Marks. Okay. And prosecution, how does Mr. Marks fit into the case?
Judge, he's more the way you described the very peripheral type witnesses. The chances that we actually call him is very, very low.
Is this person actually in the military though?
I don't know that off the top of my head. We can look into that though.
Okay. Let me ask you then, check into that while we're talking about it. Juror number 7, let me ask you, if Mr. Marks were to testify, would you be able to judge his testimony just as you would anyone else's testimony? Would you give it any greater or lesser credibility because of I'm not even exactly sure what your contact is with him. Okay. Okay. So would you be able to just judge his testimony just as you would anyone else's? Okay. Anyone else in this group? No. All right, back here, anybody know any of the witnesses? Juror 36. I didn't hear that last part all the way. She what? Okay. Okay. And how well do you know her, or do you just know her in a professional capacity or? Okay. Oh, got it. Okay. And how long have you known her? Okay. Okay. And is she a friend, a work acquaintance, or what? Would you be able to judge her testimony just as you would anyone else's testimony? There's no right or wrong answers here. Okay. All right. Anyone else in this group? Okay, let me go in the far back there, juror 49.
Your Honor, I did not hear the second additional witness from the defense. I
Sorry.
apologize.
Caitlin Freck, she's an investigator.
I'm good.
You're good. Okay. All right. And then juror 53.
I'm not sure about Greg Forsley. The name sounds familiar to me. It's not close, or it is not someone I'm close to, so I don't have a problem.
Okay.
And the other one is Doug Niederhauser. My wife has worked as a professional. My ex-wife has worked with her.
Okay. Anything about that that you think would cause you any difficulty judging her testimony? Okay. In this group, anybody know any of the potential witnesses? And then let's see, we are juror 58. Yes, sir.
Detective Mike Boggs, I work.
So, well, let me ask, more than 3 years ago? Okay. All right. So anything about that that you think would cause you any difficulty judging his testimony? All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else over in this group? Is there anyone that I missed? And let me go to juror 39. Do you know anybody on the witness list, sir? In the blue shirt? Do you know anybody on the witness list? Okay. All right. All right. At this point in time, I'm going to give the attorneys an opportunity to provide you with sort of it's a mini opening statement. It will be, it's going to be about 2 minutes long, and it's going to be their opportunity to tell you what they think the issues in the case are. It's not necessarily what you'll find them to be if you're selected to serve as jurors. Remember that nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. With that, prosecution.
Thank you, Judge. And is it okay if I stand sort of, I don't need to be in front of the microphone?
No, you can use the well. You can wander around. That's fine. Just speak up so that they can hear you.
So the case that you're going to potentially be sitting on involves a young boy named Ganon Stauch. He was 11 years old on the weekend of January 26th, which was a Sunday. And he was left in the care of his stepmother, the defendant, at their home in the Lorson Ranch area, which is sort of southeast part of Colorado Springs, very close to the airport. Ganon's father, Al Stauch, is in the National Guard and had traveled to Oklahoma early that Sunday morning for training, leaving Ganon with the defendant. Sometime that night, Ganon suffered some burns. And then the next day, on the 27th, which was a Monday, he suffered some really horrific injuries, including multiple stab wounds, blunt force trauma to the head, and gunshot to his jaw. The person, again, that was in custody or control of Ganon was the defendant. And the evidence will show that the defendant hid some evidence up by Palmer Lake, a bloody board, and potentially some other information, and then drove Ganon's body to Florida and dumped him in a suitcase over a bridge over an estuary or a river, and then was eventually arrested in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. You'll hear lots of testimony about forensics, including cell phone forensics, showing travel locations, evidence about crime scene processing, including blood pattern analysis. And at the end of all of this evidence, 6 weeks roughly of evidence, we will come back to you and ask you to find the defendant guilty of the crimes that the judge has already laid out. One of the big issues is that the defendant has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. So you will have to weigh out whether she's guilty or not guilty based on the charges that we'll present to you, and also weigh out whether insanity existed at the time that these offenses occurred, and whether that weighs into her inability to form the intent required to commit these offenses. Really, the very boiled down way to look at that is, could she understand back then, on January 27th, 2020, the difference between right and wrong? And we will come back to you asking you to find that she could understand the difference from right and wrong and find her guilty of the crimes that we've already laid out for you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Defense, Mr. Tellini.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about 8 weeks worth of evidence. There are all kinds of people come from all over the country. You're going to hear evidence about cell phones. You're going to hear evidence about computers. You're going to hear evidence about Facebook. There are literally going to be days and days of evidence. But what you will not hear from this side of the table is any type of reasonable explanation why Letecia Stauch would have done this. You'll hear from friends, neighbors, teachers, other people that all that they observed is that she was a loving stepmom. She was a loving stepmom to Ganon. You'll hear evidence from experts and other people about her unraveling mental state in the weeks leading up to this homicide. You'll hear evidence how finally in the day before this horrific event, due to numerous mental health issues that she has, she snapped and was in a psychotic state. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe it will be clear that the only explanation for this horrible act was that Ms. Stauch was insane at the time that it occurred. Thank you.
All right. In this case, you will be asked to render a decision based on the evidence presented in this courtroom and the instructions that I will give you. Even if you have heard or read something in the media, the real question is whether or not you can put that aside and decide this case based on the evidence you hear in this courtroom. Is there anyone here who thinks they cannot do that? Juror, start in the front here. Juror 17. Yes, ma'am. Tell me what the issue is.
Yes, sir. I suffered abuse at the hands of a neighbor at age 9. I do carry a lot of anger about it, and I would like to sit here and tell you that I could go through with this without bias, but I just can't tell you that for sure.
Okay, that's fair. And juror number 9, did you have your hand up? Yes, yes, ma'am. Or I'm sorry, you are 8. I'm sorry. Bring me off again. The empty seats. See, I get confused too. All right, juror number 8.
I don't think I can make a decision being not biased on what I've heard. And
Anyone else in this group? No. How about back here? Anyone back there? No. Hold on. That is juror 35. Go ahead. Okay. All right. The question is whether or not you can hold the prosecution to their burden of proof, and they have to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. They also have to prove that she was sane beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's their burden to prove all of that. The question is, do you think, okay. All right. Anyone else in that group? Okay. And anyone over here in the back? And this is what's going to throw me off here. I think you're juror number 67. Yes, ma'am. That's all right. It's okay. What interview are you talking about? Oh, okay. Okay. And just so that I understand exactly what it is you're talking about, she's being interviewed by a news person and she's standing with her back to the camera. Is that the one that you're talking about? Okay. Anyone else in this group? No? All right. I want to go through some instructions, and especially an instruction that you will receive later that is especially important for you to consider now. You may hear the attorney's comment on the law at various points of the case. However, you are to be guided by what I say about the law. In this case, every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial and should be given effect by you unless, after considering all of the evidence, you are then convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is upon the prosecution to prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of all of the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all of the evidence or lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. If you find from the evidence that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant guilty. If you find from the evidence that the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant not guilty. A few minutes ago, you heard me tell you that the defendant was presumed to be innocent. That means that if I were to give you a verdict form right now and ask you to fill it out, the law would require that you find the defendant not guilty. That's because you've not heard any evidence in this case, and the defendant is presumed innocent. And that doesn't change because the attorneys got up and told you what they think the evidence is going to be, because nothing that they say is evidence. In addition, someone in a few moments, the attorneys will have an opportunity to ask you some questions. But somebody else may ask you whether or not you think the defendant has done something wrong, or else you wouldn't be here. However, that is an improper question under our system of justice. We don't just randomly select people from the street to suddenly appear in a courtroom as a defendant in a case. Obviously, there is a process in place which resulted in the filing of the charges against this defendant. However, the charges against the defendant are not evidence either. The charges against the defendant are just accusations. The fact that the defendant has been accused is not evidence that the defendant committed any crime. As such, the defendant is presumed to be innocent, and until the district attorney presents sufficient evidence to overcome the presumption beyond a reasonable doubt, you must continue to presume the defendant is innocent. Stated differently, unless and until the prosecution presents sufficient evidence to overcome the presumption of innocence beyond a reasonable doubt, Ms. Stauch's guilt has not been proven. That's what the presumption of innocence means. You may also find it helpful to think of this process as sort of similar to a recipe in a cookbook. That's because the charges, once you see them, have certain things in them that the prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, for instance, suppose that you wanted a Denver omelet, and you took some eggs and you scrambled them up and you added some ham and you added some mushrooms. In that case, you might have a really nice ham and Swiss omelet, but you wouldn't have a Denver omelet. If the prosecution charges the defendant with a Denver omelet, they have to prove a Denver omelet. There's no substitutions on the menu that are allowed. The prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what it has charged and not something else. I also want to talk about the defendant's right to remain silent for a moment. Someone may ask you whether or not you would need to hear from both sides in order to be fair. Everybody wants to be fair, right? And you can only do that if you hear from both sides, right? However, that is an improper question because that's not the process that is followed in a court of law. This isn't the Jerry Springer or Maury Povich show. The government brought these charges against an individual. Because of that, the government has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt every element of the charges that it brought. The defendant has no obligation to disprove the government's case. Stated differently, the defendant does not have to present any evidence or any testimony. In fact, I suspect they're not, but defense counsel could choose to take a nap at defense counsel table, and it would not change the prosecution's obligation to prove every element of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. In addition, every defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. The decision not to testify cannot be used as an inference of guilt and cannot prejudice the defendant. That's because it is not evidence, does not prove anything, and must not be considered for any purpose. Now, sometimes you'll hear when you're talking with friends or family or acquaintances, or sometimes the attorneys will ask a question designed to elicit a response from you similar to, well, I know that if I were accused of something, I would make sure I took the stand and told my side of the story. As I indicated earlier, that's kind of a trick question because that's not the process that we follow in a court proceeding. In any event, does anybody here know statistically what the number one psychological fear is in the population? It rates higher than a fear of death, and most people find it scarier than meeting up with a rattlesnake. Public speaking. So, of course, what we do is we bring you all down and ask you questions in front of a lot of other people asking you for responses to those questions. All of you have been subject to questioning by myself. In a few minutes, you'll be subject to questioning from the attorneys. And I want you to think on that experience for a moment. Were you nervous? If you had a choice, would you have chosen not to be questioned? And none of you were questioned in front of a jury, and none of you were either a witness or been accused of a crime in this case. The bottom line is that it is possible that the defendant won't testify. It's possible that the defendant will testify. But regardless of who testifies and who doesn't, the question is always the same. And that is, based on the evidence presented, whatever that evidence is, has the prosecution proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged? Is there anyone who thinks that they cannot follow that process? Please raise your hand. Is there anyone who thinks that they would have to hear from the defendant before deciding the issues in this case? Please raise your hand. No response. All right, and at this point in time, I'm going to excuse Juror 17 in the front, Juror 8 in the back, and Juror 67. You're all, I'm going to excuse you at this point in time, and you can go ahead and go on about your business. All right, we've asked you all questions about the length of the trial and publicity and those sorts of things. I do want to ask some questions about the plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. Give me just a moment. Is there anyone who has an I may have already excused this juror. Is there anyone who has an issue simply with the plea of not guilty by reason of insanity? All right, and let me start back here first. Juror 52, you raised your hand. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, I'm probably gonna be a witness in the trial. My best friend was, and her husband was both themselves guardian son. He's really a nephew, but, they had guardianship of him.
Oh, okay, all right, that made a little more sense to me. Go ahead.
And, his plea is insane. Know how much. I hear about. And he's, I'm friends with nearly murder.
How long ago did that happen? Okay. And in that case, is it here in El Paso County? All right, and has it been scheduled for trial yet?
It has off and on and has evaluated. One point being. Other point.
It sounds as though then that case is probably being prosecuted by Mr. Allen's office. It's a criminal case. Do I have that right? Okay. Has anyone, I guess on either side, spoken with you about the process of how evaluations occur and what it means to be found insane or not insane? Okay. So you're looking at the facts as you know them to be in that case and wondering how can this possibly be? Do I have it sort of right? Okay. And I suspect I've done sanity cases before. And that's actually, frankly, a fairly common issue is how did all this occur? And you would, if you are selected to serve as a juror in this case, you would receive instructions about what it is that you're supposed to look at and what the law is governing a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. And I don't want to read them at this point in time. It's hard to put them in context until you actually have the evidence to see what they are. But the question would be whether or not you think that you would be able to decide the issues in this case and make a determination regarding whether or not the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was sane at the time that the offense was committed in this case. Okay, all right. And then juror number 53, you had raised your hand.
My ex-wife.
That's right. Yeah.
And I have a bias against Healthfield in general because she used her knowledge to.
When you say she, do you mean your ex-wife or some? Okay, go ahead.
And said that I was the problem in the marriage. And there was problems in the marriage. I take some responsibility. I just struggle with that.
Okay. And how, tell me a little bit about the kind of work that your ex-wife did. I remember that she worked in the mental health field. What was it that she did?
She deals with, she's at LPC, licensed professional counselor, and she works with trauma.
Does she work in a hospital or is it a private practice?
Just a private practice now. She did work at Super.
How long ago was that?
That was May.
Okay. And when when did you separate?
Separated. Last time it was, August, I think, the divorce was final.
So August of last year? Okay. And when she came home, was she telling you about, in general, the patients that she had seen, the issues that she was dealing with, those kinds of things?
General, yes.
I'm just trying to get an understanding of what knowledge you may have about sanity or not guilty by reason of insanity from your wife.
Just that, based on her experience, that, there are broken people. I fully agree with that, but she said that there are also people that.
Okay. All right. Did I get everybody over here? How about over here? Any hands over here? No? All right. All right. Council approach, please. So give me just a moment, and I think we're going to take an early lunch break. So give me just a moment. All right, at this point in time, I'm going to excuse Juror 32 here in the front row. The gentleman with gout, you don't need to come back. I will also excuse Juror 52 and 53 in the back. I will give them a chance to leave, and then I'll talk with you for just a little bit longer here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take our lunch break a little bit early. That'll do a couple of things. First of all, the lawyers have a lot of work to do because they're going to be looking through questionnaires. And when we come back, here's what you can expect. The attorneys will each have 45 minutes to question you regarding topics that they want to cover. And then when we come back, the prosecution will start. Prosecution has the burden of proof, so they almost always go first. And they will start asking questions of everyone. They're going to ask questions of everyone in the courtroom as opposed to just the people in the box. If you are in this room, you should anticipate that you will be on this jury in this case. It may not be today. As I said, we hope to start evidence on April 3rd, but you should anticipate that you're going to be on the jury in this case. So if there are issues that you need to raise or want to raise, you need to tell us those, because I can't do anything about it after we have selected the jury. So the attorneys will start their questioning. They'll have 45 minutes per side. At the end of that questioning, what will occur is that I'll send you out in the hallway again for a break. And actually, I'll send you out in the hallway at the end of the prosecution's questioning so that you're not sitting there for an inordinately lengthy period of time. Then we'll have you come back. Defense will have an opportunity to ask you some questions. Then what will occur is the attorneys will come up here and we will have we will have some discussion about potential challenges for cause. And then I will excuse those jurors. Then we will have some jurors left. I do not anticipate that we will have all of the jurors that we need out of today. So that's why we have set aside 2 weeks to select the jury in this case. While the attorneys and I are having a conversation up here, you get to listen to, we don't play music, you get that instead. But it's wonderful white noise. So I don't know what hertz or frequency it at, but should put you at ease. So in any event, we will then have some jurors who are qualified to be on this jury. We will have those jurors come back on April 3. We'll give you a card about that. Here's what a couple of things to keep in mind. First of all, when we take our break, you're free to leave the courthouse. There is a bistro that's in the basement. I think it's open today. Yeah, okay. There's a bistro that's in the basement. Most of the eating joints are north on Tejon. A few of them are south on Tejon. But come back and be back in place at, say, 1:15. We'll open the doors at 1:15 to allow everybody back in so that we can start at that point in time. I cannot start until everybody is here. So I need everybody to be here on time. And then we will be able to go. You've heard a little bit about what this case is about. You've had a lot of questions from me. You're going to have even more from the attorneys. Do not go online or check anything about this case. Okay, don't check out the attorneys. Don't check out myself, any of the staff that are involved. Don't do any investigation about any aspect of this case. Once this case is done, or once your obligation is done here and you're released, you can do all of that you want, but you cannot do it in the meantime. So if you run into a story that mentions, oh, this jury is going, just swipe right or left or whatever it is that you do. I don't know. If you are on a page and you're looking at a newspaper and you see something about it, go to the next page. I'm not saying that you can't be on the internet. I'm not saying that you can't watch TV or listen to the radio or anything like that. But if you start to hear something or see something that has to do with this case, ignore it. Change the station, move the page, do something else, flip the newspaper over, whatever it is that you need to do. So with that, if we can have everyone back at 1:15, stacked up in the hallway at 1:15. We've got lots of benches out there, and there are a lot fewer of you now than there were this morning. So there should be plenty of room out there, but be there at 1:15. Also, please, 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 while you're in the hallway, I know that it's uncomfortable, and I know that this whole process is uncomfortable. But please stay quiet out there. There's still other business that's going on in the courthouse and in this hallway. We don't want to interrupt or disrupt what's going on elsewhere. So with that, we'll see you all back at 1:15. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, so I just turned him down. Can you hear me now? Mm-hmm. All right, so they're on break. They need to eat because they're hungry, and they're going to have to look at Miss Letecia for weeks, and I don't think they're happy about that. So he sounds like JB. Yeah, he kind of does, doesn't he? He does sound like a bad voice. So they are going to have lunch. I'm going to stay right here. There's no reason to get off and get back on. I mean, that's silly. what's the use in doing that? So, I mean, I'm just working. What is everybody else doing? I'm from Florida, different time zone. Yeah, I'm in a different time zone as well. Yeah. 1:15. Yeah, it's 1:36 here. Ma'am, if you don't stop calling when I just said I was going to call you right back. Sheesh. Yeah, it is 11:30 there, right? So yeah. Listen to you get nothing done. I can continue the timeline so you guys can see the rest of it if you'd like. Let me just finish what I'm doing. I'm actually working as well. You're pretending you're working. Yeah, I've got to actually work. So. All right, cancel this lady. Okay. Why are you pending cancellation? It said cancel. I said cancel these, please. Alright, so I have to cancel her, and then I've got to do other things here. There we go. Okay, so that's done. This is done. Tracy can block sometimes. Sometimes. Juror number 13. Window, media player, share. Okay, so this was what we were on earlier. It's just for those who don't know the case completely, and we were on the timeline. We were at, let's see where we were. We were here. Okay. So, what was Letecia doing? She tried to get a fake polygraph done. Okay. So she pays the number, she pays the amount, and she calls and says, well, I didn't receive a confirmation for the test that I took and that I paid for. And, you know, he said he'd send her an email. She calls the phone number again, and he says her report was blocked by management because of the questions she wanted on the test. Wow. He said any test with illegal activities, the company has the right not to send it. And she says, well, what do you do now? Just delete it and go on about life and keep the money? And he says, yes, we do indeed. And she says, oh, okay, gotcha, goodbye. So the detective obviously reached the website and asked for the questions she was trying to get answers for. She's a winner, I'll tell you what. So February 28th, they sign a warrant for her arrest. She's arrested in South Carolina. And March 17th, his remains are found out near Pace, Florida. So she had put him in a suitcase and basically just dumped him on the road because she's an animal. So I don't know if you guys have seen this video here, but we can, let's see, pause that. This is her.
Letecia Stauch, which is Ganon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. Two, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home. And of course, I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happened with the El Paso County Police Department, you know, and in doing the investigation, I was told I wasn't complying. And could I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes. So I asked for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them. I was held because they were blocking the door, and I was told I couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, you know, said I still wasn't complying or said I was, you know, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time. Correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was two really good detectives. And so I'm not, you know, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, you know, they're detectives. They're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Ganon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that I needed help with and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Ganon. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering. Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have. And see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. You know, there was comments about Ganon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Ganon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it. And I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
And they weren't in there.
They weren't even in her car. I mean, in her purse.
And
they were in my pocket.
You originally didn't even know it was the law enforcement officers?
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got the, like, who's this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay, but they still had a gun and told me they were going to shoot me. But I was really concerned about my daughter asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that, when that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping because we couldn't have any clothes because all of our clothes were here. If we came here and got clothes, you know, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was put in the handcuffs in the store, you know, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. You know, they could have approached me and said, hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this? Instead of the way that it happened.
I'm just going to check your shot. Doing great. Well, make sure that we're still good on recording. Still can hear you okay. Okay. Yeah. Sounds like we're good. Every once in a while, my mic will give out, and I want to make sure that's not going to happen here. Okay. I should try and clarify here. Not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the search.
Oh, yes. Wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Ganon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Ganon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Ganon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. We've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we can protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there?
You know, I'm just ready for Ganon to come home. most importantly for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Ganon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Ganon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario, and he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Ganon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. Sometimes with kids, we have to remind them and things like that. And that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
I know you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so again if you can't answer this. But is there anything we can hear about the hike? Was there a hike? We don't. That just seems like rumors right now.
You know what? Could we bring my daughter over here, because she can go and say that she came home from work after the hike and she can verify that Ganon was at our home.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me. And if she doesn't want to, that's okay. But you're allowed to ask her. Sound okay so far?
Yes, I need Harley. Because they want you to verify was Ganon at home after the hike. Because you didn't go to the hike, but you came home from work.
Do you want me to just say yes?
No, just answer the question. Yes, you came home from work and you can verify Ganon was at home. Yeah. I told her she didn't have to be too in depth because she is still, a child. But I want to make sure that someone knows that there's another person to verify that Ganon.
Sure.
Does she need to hold this?
No.
Yes. So I came home later that evening. I was at work, and I can verify that he was there that night.
So there was a hike that you guys went on, but then you guys came home.
Yes.
Where'd you guys go hiking?
Garden of Gods.
Okay. I guess when.
And then we ate Burger King afterwards. So,
There you go.
Yeah.
And then it just was, I'm gonna go to play at a friend's house. And then it was just I'm off to go to a friend's house.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to comment on that anymore. And for that reason is because some things have been turned and twisted. And, that was one of those stories you were talking about where people say things. We had to hear things like who would let their child go out at dark and things like that. And that's just why I don't want to answer that. If I had to give, I'm not gonna say that part.
That's okay.
Never mind. I can take that out.
I understand that it gets tricky with
Yeah.
legal stuff. Do you feel like, I asked you what I need to, do you feel like this is going to help kind of turn the tide of what feels like a witch hunt, in my opinion?
I hope, am I on camera?
You are
okay.
so.
Okay. I think that a lot of people can see that I'm not missing and see that I am being cooperative. But to me, it's okay that they think those things because the way someone thinks about me, I don't have a problem with that. My main thing is I would never want someone to think that I would hurt Ganon or any of the children in our home because that's just not the case. I've spent my whole entire life working so hard in education. There's even things online that was talking about my education license and I shouldn't even be a teacher. And they just didn't know that. Like we moved on a military move and I didn't finish out my contract. So I gave up my license in that state. It had nothing to do with any criminal activity, or any of those things. And it just got blown out of proportion on my professional status, and
do you feel like these are just internet detectives who think they know what they're doing?
It definitely is. And here's the thing that kind of saddens me. It's like if you're going to talk about someone like that and have a witch hunt out for them, why would you even care about doing those things? Because this is a child. You're telling me that you're just as mean, you're just as hateful to talk about someone else like that. That's how I feel. Like we just should not. We should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens because Ganon's going to come home.
Any message for Ganon?
The message for Ganon I have is, Ganon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband.
Can you even imagine this broad here? I hope I got a sincere apology. Not, damn, he's missing. This is terrible. I don't know what to do. No, none of that. No, ma'am. Nope. She's not fazed. Okay, so what I'm going to do is not blow your eardrums out when I sneeze. That'd be really good. So since they're going to be on break for an hour and 45 minutes, I figure I'll give you something to listen to if you just want to hang out. It's totally up to you. If you don't, we will see you when you come back. Okay? Okay. I know, right? That was terrible. She's a lunatic, but she ain't insane. I'll be in the chat anyway. The first few decades of my life, I lived in Boston, Massachusetts. And I guess you would consider where I lived a dangerous place. There was a lot of crime at the time that I lived there during the 90s. There were a lot of gangs and robberies, murders, things like that. Nothing so unusual that I would have considered it dangerous. In fact, I always felt safe. But compared to where I live now, it's a whole different world. Living kind of out in the country in a gated community gives you this sense of security. You feel as though you're somehow protected. Is that a false sense of security? It very well could be. This story that I'm going to talk to you guys about today will make you question where you live. Do you feel safe where you are today? Is the danger that you encounter only in other places and not where you live currently? Do you know your neighbors? I will fully admit that I do not know my neighbors, but I do wave to them as I pass them by. But this story is going to remind you danger lurks everywhere where we least expect it. We're going to talk first about a street within a town, Cozy Cove Lane in Tweed, which is a small municipality located in central eastern Ontario. There are approximately 6,000 people there as of the time of this case. 21 cottages lined this road, and it overlooked a heart-shaped inlet of Stucco Lake. Beautiful. I've looked at it in photos, and what a charming place. I can see why people felt safe there. They did a survey of the residents around 2009, and they asked, what do you value most about Tweed? And some of the answers were safety, neighbors looking out for neighbors, we don't have much crime, we're close-knit and friendly, we can police ourselves. So those are pretty positive things, very bold statements to make. You can police yourself because there's very little crime here. One resident named Ernestine Cole was quoted as saying, and she had lived there for decades, quote, "I cannot remember anything bad ever happening here," end quote. That is a bold statement. You can't remember anything bad ever happening there in the decades that you lived there. It's very, very interesting. We're also going to talk about some of the other residents who lived on Cozy Cove because some of these crimes took place there. Larry and his wife, Bonnie Jones, had been calling Cozy Cove home for 40 years. They were high school sweethearts, and they loved living there. Larry and Bonnie had a very large lot of land where they allowed two of their children to build homes. And one of them had 11-year-old twin daughters. And every day they would get dropped off in front of Larry's house and they would run in to see their grandparents. And it was a very nice life, very close-knit family. Larry was retired, so he had a lot of free time on his hands. And he was kind of dubbed the mayor of Cozy Cove. He knew everybody on Cozy Cove, everybody in Tweed. He had relatives on the police force, and he was just an all-around busy, great guy. He was the fixer. So you'd see him outside shoveling snow. You would see him fixing the asphalt or potholes in the street. He would be the one called if somebody needed a lawnmower fixed or a dishwasher. So Larry was that guy, the guy that you call on and you know that he's going to be there. So next in line are Ron and Monique Murdoch. They had two children, Stephen, 17, and Samantha, who was 12. They were a very kind family, again, close-knit. They knew their neighbors. They were always friendly. They were always inviting people over, whether it was for dinner and game night. They did things like barbecuing in the backyard, listening to music, all of that kind of stuff. Next door to them was the lieutenant colonel of the military base, which wasn't far off. And Samantha had to do a paper on somebody she greatly admired, and she chose her neighbor because she did. She was very close to him, so she said how much she respected him in her paper, and it gives you a sense of how people felt on this road, on this Cozy Cove Lane. So next to the Murdochs were Mary Elizabeth and her husband, Russell Williams, the lieutenant colonel. Mary Elizabeth was an executive who worked in Ottawa for the Heart and Stroke Foundation. So the couple had a home there. And because of Russell's job at the military base, they bought a home on Cozy Cove. So he would stay there a lot during the week because he was traveling back and forth. He was extremely, extremely busy. It was a very large military base. So he would stay there and then either travel back to see his wife, or she would come up for the weekends. And, you know, they were the couple who gardened together. You know, they'd stroll along holding hands, very romantic, very sweet people. Next to the Williams lived a man named Jason Gulliver. I don't know a lot about him. I couldn't find a lot about him when I was doing the research, but he was part of the neighborhood association. That's about all I knew about him. There was a young lady named Jane, not her real name, who moved to Cozy Cove to be closer to her boyfriend's family because he often worked on the road. She had an 8-week-old baby, and Jane was a city girl. She was somebody who was used to the city, to the loudness, to the busyness. So moving to Cozy Cove was a whole new world for her. But because the boyfriend traveled, he felt safer to have her there where his mother was not far away and his friends weren't far away. So she started adjusting to the quiet of the country life or this little area. And she was very happy on Cozy Cove for a while. So also, who else lived there was Lori Mascott. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong, but she moved to Cozy Cove in 1999 with her new husband. She's previously divorced, and her 3 daughters from that marriage. And ultimately, they also divorced. Her oldest daughter at the time of this case was an adult and had moved on, and her 2 twins were in high school. And the high school that they choose to go to was closer to their dad. So Lori had given up her career in accounting to raise her family. And she had had a tough life. She had a tough go of things, Lori did. So Cozy Cove to her was paradise. It was quiet. It was calm. You know, the house was full of energy when her whole family was there. But at the time of this story, she's almost 50. She has no career anymore because she had given it up. There are no children in the house anymore. There's nobody, just silence. So Lori was struggling. She was having a difficult time living there amongst the silence. But she did love the house. She loved her view from the house of the lake. Everything that these people that I just talked about on Cozy Cove, everything that they knew was very soon about to change. We're going to start in 2007 with September 8th. Ron and Monique Murdoch had to go out of town with their children to about 6 hours away to Monique's mom's. Her mother was gravely ill, and so they were going to see her one last time. And when they left, we're just going to call him the man. The man entered their home and went straight to their 12-year-old's bedroom, 12-year-old Samantha. While in the bedroom, the man took out Samantha's undergarments, her underwear, her little training bras, and he touched them and took pictures of himself on her bed, masturbating with those items. He ended up taking 6 pairs of her underwear as souvenirs, and he left. When Ron and Monique and the family returned, nobody noticed anything at all because that's all he took. No TVs, no radios, no VCRs, nothing, just the little girl's underwear. So nobody realized. 2 weeks later, they had to go back to Monique's mother's funeral because she had passed away. And the man knew this, and he went back into the home and did much of the same, recording himself doing these things, set up a whole tripod, the whole 9 yards, videos, pictures, all with this 12-year-old's underwear. So not too far after that, this was September, this is now October 19th of 2007, somebody broke into Larry Jones's 11-year-old granddaughter's room. They lived there with their mother, who was Larry's daughter, yes. So for whatever reason, the man knew that they weren't around, and he enters the house, and just like the time before, underwear were taken. This time, bras and bathing suits as well. Pictures, all of that. The man also kept a diary. So he kept notes of all of these things that he was doing, along with the videos and the photographs. Now, on this particular occasion, Larry Jones's son-in-law saw a slender man running in the back of the houses, but he couldn't catch him. And they went into the houses, and the neighbors were looking around to see if any of them had been broken into, but nobody had. So they just dismissed it, and they thought, maybe he was just running through or whatever. But these break-ins were not just happening on Cozy Cove, and they were not just happening in Tweed. In October of 2008, a home on Apollo Way in Ottawa was broken into. And in this house lived 3 young girls between the ages of 12 and 21. They were out of town. The entire family was out of town. The man knew this, and he broke in and spent several hours doing very much what he had done in the other homes, masturbating, touching all of their underwear, their undergarments, taking some as souvenirs. He was getting more bold. He took out some of the photo albums, and I know those aren't a thing anymore, but back then they were, and left them open in the girls' bedrooms and kind of spread them out so that they would know that somebody was there. And on the 12-year-old's computer, he opened up a Word document and just left one word, merci, and left that up so that she would see that when she returned. This was reported to the police. And later in November of 2008, because of all of these strange break-ins occurring, the police were not very concerned, it didn't seem. There were 2 break-ins in the Fallingbrook neighborhood. And they put out this very small article. And the article said, police search for leads in a pair of break-ins. And it went on to say the only items that were taken were female underwear, but please keep your doors locked, be vigilant, make sure you're looking around and you're being safe. But again, these were neighborhoods that were safe. So while people took heed and they listened, they didn't really listen. They're thinking, could this be a teenager who's just playing pranks? Or is this some kind of crazy pervert roaming around? Nobody really knew. So it wasn't a panic at all at this point. New Year's Eve of 2008 comes, and Brian Rogers and Brenda Constantine and their 15-year-old daughter were out of town. The man knew. They lived in a town called Orleans, not New Orleans. This is in Canada. So they go out of town. And the man, again, does the very same thing. This time, he uses the young girl's makeup brush and her hairbrush and is recording himself, like putting these items against his penis and on his penis and then leaving them there for her to use. But the strange part of that is she would never know that he had done those things to her makeup brushes. So it's like he was doing it and recording it so that he knew that he did it to her and that he could later watch it. He ended up taking 68 pairs of underwear, undergarments, those things from the home. So when they return, this is something very noticeable. I mean, her entire dresser drawer was emptied, and that's crazy. You can't misplace that much of your underwear. So they called the police. I mean, initially they were thinking maybe she misplaced them, but you don't misplace 68 items. So they call the police, and the police, come in and they do everything that they can. They did find a semen sample on the daughter's dresser, and they put that in for DNA, but this is 2008, so things weren't coming back very quickly. The young girl was terrified to go into her room for months, and this prompted her parents to want to call a neighborhood meeting so that they could let everybody know that this kind of stuff was happening, because they had heard rumors of other break-ins, and they're thinking, this is crazy. We need to let everybody know. And the police said no. They did not want the man to be tipped off. So they said, no, we don't want you to do that. And this is a mistake that I bet those police officers regret to this very day. The break-ins continued, obviously. Again, other towns, Belleville, Brighton, Orleans, Tweed, they had dubbed him through rumor, not officially, the Tweed Creeper, right? So he, in his own mind, was becoming bolder. He wanted more. He wasn't satisfied with just breaking in and masturbating and videoing himself and stealing underwear. His cravings were becoming much more frequent. And while he could go months before, or he could peep in windows and, stand outside of homes naked, which he also did. What kind of neighborhood can you just stand outside windows naked? I mean, in any case, that happened too. But he was finding it difficult to resist his urges, and things went much further. On September 17th of 2009, Jane and her 8-week-old baby had come home around 9:30. She had been visiting her mom that night, which she often did. And one of his habits, by the way, was to stalk them so closely that he knew when they were out of the home, and he would break into these homes the night before or the week before so that he would have a plan. So he was sure of how to get in, how to get out. Very strange. So she gets home, she puts her baby to bed, and around 11, she herself goes to bed. Again, she wasn't used to all this quiet, so she always locked her doors. Around 1 a.m., she's woken up by this person with the man, a fabric over her face. And she has, I mean, imagine being woken up like that. You have no idea what in the world is happening to you. So she wakes up and she doesn't understand what's happening. And she's saying to him, "How did you get in?" "I locked the door." And he doesn't answer. Now, that in itself is terrifying, that somebody is over you, has a fabric over your eyes, your infant baby is in the next room, and you don't know what is going on. So she asks him, "Are you here to rape me? What are you doing here?" And he tells her, "No, I'm not going to rape you." He's very calm. He tells her, "Yeah, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to rape you." And he pulls her up so that he can secure something over her eyes other than the fabric that he's holding. And he puts a pillowcase over her head, but she begins to hyperventilate. So he takes it off and he tells her he has a camera and that he's going to take pictures of her. And she's completely confused. "Why are you going to take pictures of me? I'm not attractive. I just had a baby." And he tells her she's perfect and she's sweet. And his face is covered. Keep that in mind. And he comes over and is feeling her breasts and putting his hands up inside of her shirt. And she's now completely terrified that she's going to be raped. And he secures her hands. And that's when she begins to really struggle, because she knows, if my eyes are covered, my hands are now tied, how am I going to get out of this and save my baby? So she just does whatever he wants her to do. And he lifts her shirt up and is pulling her pajama pants down. And now she's nude. And he's making her pose blindfolded for all of these photos and videos that he's taking of her. I can't personally imagine. The blindfold is what gets me. That probably would scare me to death if I was blindfolded and being forced to pose in these disgusting positions so that this man who isn't saying much can take photos of me, and I have an infant in the next room. And that's all she was concerned about. She was crying. She was asking about her baby, and he was becoming impatient. He told her over and over he was not going to hurt the baby. She just needed to cooperate, and then he would go. And crazy enough, she cooperated. And as suddenly as all this started, it ended, even though it was 2 hours. He helped her put her clothes back on and took her to her baby's room and said, "Count to 300 before you take off your blindfold." She got to 70 and she stopped, and he screamed out, and she was like, "Oh my God, he's still here." So she just keeps counting, and she's feeling around. She can feel her baby. Her baby's breathing. Everything is okay. She keeps counting. And at 200, she yells out, "He's gone." She rips it off and grabs her baby. She immediately calls her boyfriend's mother, and the mother flies over there with the brother, and they're trying to help her. They're looking for clues. They had already called 911. Now, these homes are 30 to 40 feet apart. Nobody saw anything. Nobody heard anything at all. This man entered and exited. Nobody heard or saw anything. Her patio door in the back was slightly open. That's all they saw. Now, she was blindfolded. That's all the mother saw, that the door was open. None of the neighbors saw anything. This young lady, Jane, was about 5'2". She described the man being blindfolded. It's the only thing she could come up with. She said maybe between the ages of 30 and 50, average build, about a head taller than she was, no facial hair, no glasses, and he smelled dirty. She said that the smell was really bad. All of that questioning was over. Forensics came in, tried to get anything. They got nothing. She packed her bags. She left Cozy Cove forever. Now, this was on September 17th of 2009. Only 13 days later, he hits again on the same street. In the same street. There's only 21 homes here. Lori, who I told you about, who's now alone and her children are gone and she's divorced. She's into true crime like many of us, right? She falls asleep watching Law and Order, and she is underneath her daughter's Barbie comforter. She falls asleep like this all the time on her couch, doesn't think anything of it, and she's abruptly awoken to her face burning and thinking her house is on fire because of the burning on her face. She tries to get up, and she is being held down underneath this comforter. And she's now completely panicked. She has no idea what is happening to her, and she is much more animated than Jane was. So she is freaking out. And the person, the man, puts his forearm over her throat and begins to press down. And she's crying, saying, "What in the world? What is happening?" And the man replied, "Don't you realize what is happening? You're being cleaned out. Be quiet. Don't make a sound. It's my job to control you, and you will do what I want. They will take what they want, and then we will go. Do not challenge my authority." And she's sobbing. And through her tears, she says to him, "Please don't let my children find me like this." And he assures her, "I'm not going to kill you. I'm only here to take photos." She asks, "Why? Why are you here to take photos of me?" He says, "So that you know that I have photos of you. That's why." Good Lord in heaven. He stands her up and he fully blindfolds her. The whole time she's listening for them, the other people who are in her house robbing her, but she hears nothing. And she's blindfolded. So if you close your eyes, they say your other senses kick in better. She hears nothing. There's nobody there. Who is he referring to? She doesn't know, but she's afraid to question him too much. So she doesn't. She stands up. He secures her arms and he secures her eyes so that she can't see anything. But he pulls the blindfold so tight, it rips out clumps of her hair. And she's crying more. And she tells him, "It's so tight. Please, can you loosen it a bit?" And he comes over just as nice as could be and loosens it. He even goes and gets her Tylenol for her headache hurting and some water. He rubs her temples. He asks if she's okay. And she's like, "Yes." Now, I told you, Lori watches crime shows. So she tried to do the thing where you make the person know that you're a human being. You try to relate to them, to connect to them in some way. That's what she was trying to do. She asked him, "Are you married?" And he said no, because he's too young. And she was, trying to just ask him questions, saying things like, "Well, at least you're not as bad as them because they're robbing me." Even though there was literally nobody there. And she knew that there was nobody there. Finally, he stands her up and he begins to do the same thing that he did to Jane, pushing his hands under her bra and squeezing her breasts. And she's moving away. She does not want this to happen at all. And he did not like that. the more she moved and resisted, the angrier he got. And he had her bra up and her shirt off. And he ultimately gets so frustrated that he puts them back on her, but not because he was going to allow it. He removed his very large knife from the bag that he brought with him, and in one quick motion, cut her shirt from the neck to her waist, clean in half. And that made her understand very fast that she had to comply with what he was saying, because that could have been her. He never even nicked her with the knife. He was able to slice it so fast and clean that it just fell off. She knew, I better do what he says. And she did. The shirt is off now. Her bra is off. Everything is on the floor. And he goes to put his hands down her pants, and she had urinated on herself. She tells him that. And he tells her it's fine. Take them off. And he helps her get them off. And then he makes her pose. He makes her stand there crying, red-faced, naked, and pose. She does everything that he wants her to do. And she's just begging to live. That's the only thing that she was concerned with, was seeing her children again. But every time he moved and went to do something, she thought he had a weapon and would panic more and hyperventilate. She didn't understand what the hell was happening. How many of us would? I totally understand what was going through her mind at that point. And she's all alone. Who's going to find her if this man kills her? How long will it be before somebody even notices she's gone? That's a really sad thought. He would leave periodically to go check on the others, and she would listen close. There was nobody there. And finally, when he was getting ready to go, he told her to get on her hands and knees, kind of in a doggy style position, and put her head on the arm of the couch. And she tried to resist that because she was positive he was going to shoot her in the back of the head. Keep in mind, all of this is recorded. This is how we know the details of this story. She didn't want to do it, and he forced her, and she did it. And he takes 2 more photos with his penis in the foreground of the shots. Was he undressed this whole time? I have no idea. In any case, he sits her back up, wraps her in a comforter, and says, you know, we're going to go now. They've got everything that they need, as if this was some big heist. He had been there like 2.5 hours. What in the world could they have even taken? And I'm going to come back and check on you in 10 minutes. Don't move. She couldn't move. She was frozen because she was terrified. She let 15 minutes pass and finally took the blindfold off. She calls the police. She tries explaining what happened. How do you explain that? What do you say? A man broke in my house and took pictures of me, and I think maybe I was being robbed, but I don't really know. And I'm naked with urine on me in a Barbie comforter. Send the police. What she does tell them is it could have been her ex-husband and his friends. And they asked, are you sure? And she said, no, but I can't think of who would do this. I don't know what's happening. So the police and the forensics get there. Keep in mind, she's still in restraints, and they question her for hours while she's still in the restraints. I don't understand that part. They do get a thumbprint off the back of her neck that they can use for DNA, thank God. But again, these are different towns where they're getting the DNA from. I don't know if at that time there was like the central database where you could cross-check all of this stuff, but it didn't seem like any of that happened because this continued to happen. On October 29th of 2009, Larry Jones was coming home and he sees police cars all out in front of his house. And he's thinking he was robbed, maybe. And he pulls up and he gets out. And remember, Larry has family on the police force. So he goes into his house and he sees a command center set up. And he's like, what the hell is going on in my house? And one of the officers, who he doesn't recognize, grabs him by the arm and tells him, you need to come with us to the station. You have some questions to answer. Now, Larry is an outspoken man. He's not shy. And he insists on knowing what the hell this is all about. And they get him in the car and they tell him, you're going to be questioned for the 2 attacks that have taken place on your street. And he's just not happy. They get down there. He doesn't recognize these police. He doesn't know where they came from. And they're asking him, is there any reason your DNA would be in these ladies' houses? And he's like, I don't know. Remember, Larry's the fix-it guy. He could have fixed a sink. His fingerprints could be in the house. He could have fixed a lawnmower, anything. So he doesn't know if maybe that's possible, I guess. But they ask him if he wants a lawyer. And at this point, he's extremely frustrated. He was down there for hours. And he tells them, I don't want a lawyer. I'll give you my DNA, my fingerprints. I'll take a polygraph test. I don't give a shit. I'll do whatever you need to do because I'm not your guy. And you better start looking for the right person. But they weren't done with Larry. They had found Penthouse or Playboy magazines in his home while they had him down there. And basically, to them, that proved that Larry was some kind of disgusting, crazy pervert and that he needed to tell all his dark secrets before they let them out. And they were going to. And Larry's thinking in his mind of the description that he had heard when Jane was attacked. 30 to 50, average build, no facial hair, no glasses, flat stomach, not hairy. Larry was 65 years old with a very thick mustache, 5'11", 215 pounds, glasses, and a pretty good sized pot belly. So now he's beside himself. They're also questioning his wife, inappropriate questions about their sex life, but that's back at the house. They ask Larry, did your father beat you? Did your mother molest you? What kind of sex do you like? Do you like it doggy style? Do you give it to your wife that way? The officer proceeds to tell him that the only acceptable sex is woman on top, man on bottom, or man on top, woman on bottom. And Larry laughs and says, I don't know where you've ever heard that, but that's not true. I mean, who even says that? So he promises to come back for the polygraph test and all of that, which he does, and he passes. They tell him he's cleared. Now, they had taken several things from his home, and his wife goes back down there and says, you guys cleared my husband, allegedly, but you still have all of our stuff. We want it back, and people are treating him crazy, and all of this is unacceptable. And they act like they don't know what she's talking about. As far as we know, he's cleared. But people who once loved Larry were now crossing the street at the mere sight of him. Things were missing from his workshop. There were tons of rumors about him being the sexual deviant. So he goes to Lori and asks, why do you think that this is happening? Rumor had it, Lori told the police that the voice was Larry's. The man's voice was Larry's. It matched. So he hears this and goes to her. And she says, well, I'm sorry, I was put up to it. You were put up to it? So I guess the dad of Larry's son's ex-wife was the one who put Lori up to this, and she went along with it. Very same day that Larry was being interrogated, the man was busy. Anne Marsan Cook lived close to Tweed, but not on Cozy Cove. She was nearby. She had purchased an old farmhouse with her husband, and he traveled a lot for work. So she had been staying over at a friend's house. They had had a party earlier in the day, and there was going to be, or they had a party that evening. She slept there. The next day she comes home, excuse me, to get dressed for another friend's party. And as she's in her mirror getting changed, she notices behind her that the drawers, it's very difficult for me to say drawers. I've been practicing. Bostonians say draws, but the drawers, she noticed that they were open, and she knew she didn't leave them open. They were on her nightstand, the nightstand drawers. So she notices them in the mirror, and she walks over to them, and she realizes that she's missing her sex toys as well as X-rated videos. So she's missing them. She runs downstairs to talk to her friend and goes across the way and asks him, you know, are you joking? Like, were you in my house? Did you take these? And her friend assures her, no, absolutely not. No, I didn't. Her friend is a male, by the way. And he's like, no, I wouldn't do that to you. I didn't do that. So they go back to her house. And while in the house, they realize her underwear are gone as well, and her lingerie. And now she's just very unsure of what to do. So they're having a conversation about it, and they both decide together they're not going to call the police, because what are they going to say? My dildos are gone? That was the conversation they were having in the house. So in any case, they get dressed, and she's nervous, you know, she's concerned. So she stays at his house again, her friend's house, and she comes home the next day. When she comes home the next day, her friend walks her and he stays downstairs. She was only going to run upstairs and scan something or print something and then leave. Well, she sees on her computer screen, go ahead, call the police. I'd love to tell the judge about your really big dildos. And she screams, and her friend runs up the stairs. And then they realize the conversation that they were having, the man was in the house. He was listening to them the entire time. So now they do call the police because they're in a panic. At the end of it all, after going through everything, they realize she's missing over 150 pieces of lingerie, sexy clothes, underwear, bras, and those kinds of things. Now, Anne mentions that she's heard rumors that things were happening only 20 minutes away in Tweed, and the officer was completely unaware that that was going on. And again, they were in a time where it's not like the internet today, where you pop up on Facebook and post this and it goes viral, or you can get on YouTube and do a video and everybody knows that there's something going on in your town or on your street. It was just different, even though, you know, it's 2009. I mean, I guess that's quite a while ago if you think about it, but things weren't able to fly across town to town to town as quickly. So the officer was completely unaware. Things were getting more serious. Only 1 week later, November 25th, 2009, and I'm going to issue a trigger warning. If you cannot deal with graphic descriptions, you probably should tune out now or fast forward about 10 minutes. there was a lady named Marie France Comeau, and I hope I'm not butchering her name too. She was a beautiful, bright, sweet, friendly brunette. She was a flight attendant, and she worked for the 437 transport squad, the same one that the gentleman on Cozy Cove, Russell Williams, worked for. She started her career loading and unloading cargo in the military. That's what she was doing. The Canadian Forces aircrafts is what she would load and unload. She was deployed to Afghanistan, where she stayed in a tent and very brutal, extreme weather conditions. But according to everybody who knew her, she was always the most caring person. If somebody on the base, somebody else was having a bad day, Marie would be the very first person to find out what was wrong, how could she help, what could she do. To Marie, her job was making a difference. She really, truly felt like she could make a difference. But there was another part of her job that was fulfilling her own needs: travel. Marie wanted nothing more than to see the world. That was her dream. It's really what she wanted to do. Within 10 years of her being loading and unloading the cargo, she became a flight attendant, and then she became a VIP flight attendant, meaning she was flying people like the Canadian Prime Minister and the Governor General of Canada. And she was handpicked for this because of her amazing personality. She loved her job. It was something she truly cared about. A lot of us like our jobs, but she really enjoyed it because of the places she would go and the things she was able to see and the cultures she was able to experience. It meant a lot to her. On her very last trip, she traveled with the Governor General of Canada. With the Prime Minister, and they went to Japan, Singapore, and India. And she had always wanted to go to India. So this was an absolute dream for her. And she was so excited when she got back. She was calling her friends and her family and telling everybody about everything that was going on. When you're so excited about something and other people are excited for you, but you just can't contain your excitement. That's how Marie was. She was just over the moon that she got to do that, and she couldn't wait for her next trip, what it was going to be. She calls her boyfriend. His name is Paul. He was also a pilot, actually. So she's talking to Paul on the phone, and she's making plans to get together for dinner in a day or two so that she could just tell him everything about this trip. And he was excited for her. While she was gone, he had been renovating her bathroom and also taking care of her cat. Her cat's name was Bixby. So he was doing that for her, but they had gotten into a little argument because she accused him of breaking in or being in, not breaking in, because he did have a key, but being in her house and possibly taking some of her underwear. So he vehemently denied this. He said, absolutely not. I would never. What are you talking about? He thought, did she misplace them? What is she talking about? But she had actually gone so far as to tell her friends, I think Paul took my underwear. She was concerned. She noticed that they were gone weeks before, and she didn't understand exactly what the heck was happening. Why was she missing pairs? If I was missing pairs of underwear, I probably wouldn't even notice. But these ladies are apparently more organized than I am, and they did notice. So she does. In any case, the man, while she is on the phone hanging up with Paul, he's silent. He's waiting. He's waiting outside of her home for her to fall asleep. And he is a very patient person. He would wait for hours sometimes before these women fell asleep. So he was getting chilly. He decided, as he had been in the home before as the underwear stealer, to enter through the basement. And Marie ends her call with her boyfriend, and she's nude because she had just gotten out of the shower. She had, I believe, what they called a shawl over her, but I was guessing that that's probably a towel. And she goes to look for Bixby because she couldn't find him, but she hears him. He's in the basement. So she goes down to look for him, and she's calling to him, and she can see him. He's across the room. And she follows his gaze because he won't pay attention to her. And when she does follow his gaze, she sees the man. And he's covered. His face is covered, of course. And Marie was a Spitfire. She was not going to run the other way. She attacked, screaming, "You bastard," and went after him. But he was prepared for such, things. He always prepared. He always planned in advance. So he knew either she would run and he would chase, or she would attack and he would subdue her in some way. And they tussled for a bit, and he smashed her over the head with his flashlight, hoping he was going to knock her out, but he didn't initially. He made her fall enough, and her head was cut and she could feel the blood, but he wasn't lucky enough to completely knock her out, enough to pick her up, again, trigger warning, and attach her to a pole using duct tape. So he attaches her body to the pole. He covers her eyes. He covers her mouth with duct tape. And if you're thinking of duct tape, you're thinking of that heavy, gray, super sticky tape. And now it's over her eyes and her mouth. And she's got to be completely terrified. So what does he do? He goes and gets his camera to get pictures of her in this position. And he takes a few photos of her while she is attached to the pole naked. And then he takes off the duct tape. But right before that, he leaves the basement right before that, and he goes upstairs. He wanted to do a few things to ensure that he wouldn't be disturbed. He finds her extra key on the kitchen counter and puts it into the lock and snaps it off so that Paul or anybody else who might have an extra key cannot get in to disturb what he was doing. He went around outside and put the screen back that he had moved to gain access to her house. He went and shut off the lights in the house to ensure it was dark. He got covers, blankets, comforters from her bed and closet and put them up over the windows and used knives from her kitchen to dig into the drywall to ensure that it was dark, that nobody could see inside. And then he went back downstairs to get Marie. And he removes the duct tape. And before we even get into the graphic part, go get a piece of duct tape and just put it on your arm and leave it there and then pull it off. Ugh. So he does. He takes off. Now he's taking off the duct tape from her mouth, and he warns her, don't scream. Do not tempt me. Don't scream. And again, Marie is a fighter. She's not going to listen to him. They get halfway up the stairs and she screams as loud as she can, help, help me, screeching. And he smashes her head twice off the wall and she crumples down onto the steps, naked, bleeding. And now she's unconscious. And of course, he goes and gets his camera and takes close-up photos of her face as well as her vagina for whatever reason. He leaves her crumpled for a bit. and he sets up his camcorder upstairs in her bedroom. And he goes down to get her, and he brings her back up. And he wraps her bleeding head in a towel and secures that with the duct tape. Now she still has duct tape over her eyes. He again covers her mouth and her face, everything except for her nose, so that she'd have a little space to breathe. He was ready to start performing, and he took all of his clothing off. And this time was going to be very, very different from the times before. She wasn't waking up. He tried to move her around, and she wouldn't wake up. So he began to perform on his own. He had a camera and a camcorder, and he proceeded to do what he wanted, raping her. He was snapping photos as he entered her, as the video was recording off in the distance as if there was some kind of porno movie. And he got close-ups of entering, close-ups of her face while she was unconscious, what was left of her face. All you could see is her nose and a tiniest bit, of a lip. And he continued raping her from several angles. And finally, due to the movement, she woke up. The towel was loosening a bit on her head, moving the tape around her mouth. It was 1 or 2 pieces. And she kind of wakes up, and she's just like, what is happening to her? She doesn't understand, of course, just like the other women. She's not sure what is going on. She asks him please to stop, that she will be good, she'll obey, she'll do what he wants, that the restraints were too tight, she couldn't move, that whatever he wanted, and I would assume that that's what most women try to do, is say, I'm going to comply, I'm going to do what you want, just please. But he was already in somewhat of a frenzy by this point. This was the first that we know about documented full rape. But he ignored her, and he continued to rape her until he ejaculated, which he caught in his hands and brought it to the bathroom. This led me to believe that perhaps he was going to let her live, because he was not trying to leave his DNA. But he brings it to the bathroom and he flushes it. And as soon as she hears this, she tries. She jumps up, tries to get to the bathroom to slam the door. And she's thinking in her mind to go to the window, try to get out of the window. Unbeknownst to her, it's covered. She can't get out. And she wasn't very steady from being knocked out. So before she could do much of anything, he grabs her and smashes her face into a mirror and shatters it. So it was too late. And he was very, very angry that she attempted to do that. So for several more hours, she was raped in every way imaginable on recording. She told him, I know you're going to kill me, but I've been good. Please, just let me go. I won't tell anybody. And I want to live so badly. He ignores her. She asks him, are you going to kill me? Are you going to let me live? And he asks her, did you expect to live? He then walked towards her and placed duct tape over her nose as well. And she was still trying to beg. And he covered her mouth, effectively beginning to suffocate her. She was losing her air, and slowly she died. All the while, he was taking photos right up until her last breath, videos as well. When she was gone, he walked over and removed the duct tape and placed her on her bed and crossed her ankles, took everything that he had touched and threw it into the washing machine with a bottle of bleach, and then he left. He went back to his daily life. Paul, her boyfriend, was very concerned. He had not heard back from her. They were supposed to go to dinner, and he kept calling. So he decides finally to go over because he can't quite understand if she was still upset about the underwear issue or what exactly was going on. But he felt as though he needed to really get in touch with her and find out. So he goes and he tries to use his key. And of course, the man had broken off the key in the door, so he couldn't get in. But he sees her car and he's thinking, well, I know something is going on. She would answer. And he runs to the back patio and he's able to get in that way. And he finds her in her bed. And he begins to scream. Neighbors, he talks to neighbors and they say they didn't hear a thing. They never heard anything. And the police come and they do their searches. And of course, they're questioning Paul. And they question some of Marie's friends who say that she was suspicious about Paul because he had been allegedly taking her underwear. Paul gets a polygraph test and he passes and he's cleared. Then another man at the base, one of her coworkers, was known to be really odd and he would say inappropriate things. He wasn't very good with communication to other people. So he was a suspect there for a bit. And then they cleared him as well. So the mystery went on. And the man continued to do these horrendous things. January 27th of 2010, Jessica Lloyd was running on her treadmill. Her home was off the road, but the man saw her. And he continued to watch her for a bit. Jessica had no idea that she was being watched. On January 28th, Jessica returned home around 10:30. She had been out with friends after work, and she texted her friend night night, meaning I got home safely. I wanted you to know that I got home for the most part. Her friends were worried. Jessica lived in her childhood home by herself. She had just purchased it from her mom about 8 months prior to this night. She loved her childhood home. It's where she grew up. It's where laughter filled the halls with herself and her brother. It's where things were good. And it's where she felt safe. So she was brave. She didn't feel as though living here by myself off the main road is going to, and she wasn't way far off a main road. You could see her house from the main road, but she never felt unsafe. And her mother had mentioned to her the Tweed Creeper, and she reassured her mother, oh, I think he's been caught, or that's died down, or something to that effect, where you don't have to worry about me, Mom, I'm fine. So January 28th, she returns home around 10:30 and, she gets herself ready for bed. And across the field, the man's watching. He has got his SUV parked across the field and he's keeping an eye and he's patient, as we've talked about. He would wait for her to fall asleep. He had been there the night before as well, so he knew how he was going to get in and how he was going to get out. Strangely enough, a police officer noticed the SUV parked in the field near Jessica's home. And she got out of her car and she went to Jessica's door and knocked. She wasn't too suspicious, but she hadn't seen that there before, and it wasn't too unusual. You know, it's kind of farm country-ish. So for a car to be out in a field, there could be reasons for that, but it just struck her as odd. So she goes and knocks on Jessica's door and looks around a little bit, and Jessica doesn't answer. I'm unsure what time this was, but the man at that very moment was waiting in Jessica's backyard. And the police officer gets back into her vehicle and she leaves. Jessica misses work the next morning, and this was extremely, extremely unusual. Jessica never missed work. She was extremely responsible. She was someone that was counted on in the office. She worked for the Tri-Board Student Services, and she oversaw 645 bus routes. Always on time, always there. And if not, she would call in. So her supervisor decides, let me call, I can't get Jessica, let me call Jessica's mother. So they call Jessica's mother, Roxanne, and they say, you know, have you heard from her? Do you know where she is? She didn't show up today. And Roxanne becomes immediately concerned because this is out of character. So she tries, you know, calling Jessica. She can't get her. And she decides, well, let me just drive over there and check myself. And on her way over there is Jessica's doctor's office. She looks there to see if Jessica's car is there. Maybe she was feeling sick. Nothing. And she gets to her home and she sees her car there. So she was feeling relieved a bit. And she uses her own key and she gets inside. And there are all of Jessica's belongings. There didn't seem to be any struggle. Nothing was out of place. So she's becoming increasingly concerned now that Jessica's not there, but all of her stuff is there. So she begins to call Jessica's friends, her family, Jessica's brother, Andy, who she was extremely close to. And Andy was extremely concerned as well. So he comes to the house, and what he notices are footprints going out Jessica's back door. And it's a pair of smaller footprints beside a pair of larger footprints, and they immediately call the police. A search begins. The police jump on this. They wasted absolutely no time. You know, in a lot of cases, you'll see where an adult goes missing. The police want you to wait because there's no law saying that if you're an adult and you want to take off, that you can't, because you can. But because of who Jessica was and the insistence of the family, and they knew there's no way that she would just have disappeared. This began. Additionally, he was careless. Those footprints were there, leaving a huge clue for the police that Jessica had been taken. Now, we're going to get to what happened the night before when he entered Jessica's home. And again, I'm going to give you a trigger warning. If you cannot deal with the graphic nature, please fast forward or turn this off. Jessica was wearing a black tank top and gray sweatpants, and she was sound asleep in her bed, and the man intended on knocking Jessica out. That is his MO now, it seems. So he used his flashlight and he hit her in the head while she was asleep, and her eyes opened immediately. And now the two were staring at each other. And of course, she's terrified. And this time he brought along a whole bag of tricks. He has rope to tie her up with, and of course, his duct tape, camcorder, and his camera. He sets everything up, and he's got her, you know, her eyes are covered, her mouth is covered, and she's bound. He goes around the house and collects lights, but not for the reason he collected Marie's lights. This time, it was for his production. He wanted to make sure he had the perfect lighting in the room. So he put lights all around. He comes back and he attaches her hands to her headboard, even though she's already bound. But again, this was a production that he was putting on. He pulls out his knife, which is extremely sharp, as we remember from Lori's story, and he slits Jessica's tank top off of her body, and he tells her to spread her legs. And he takes the duct tape off and tells her to open her mouth and close her mouth. And he wants to see how compliant she's going to be. And she's sobbing. She doesn't want to die. She wants to live. So she complied. And again, like Marie, she was doing everything that she could. And any movement in a way that seemed like resistance, he would tell her or ask her, "You want to survive this, don't you? Do what I say." And she desperately wanted to live. He was also nude at this point, and he used no condoms. This led me to believe that Jessica was going to end up very much like Marie did, because now he is leaving footprints and he's not using condoms. He pulls out zip ties, which is new, and puts them around her neck and asks her if she knows what that is. And she shakes her head no. And remember, her eyes are covered in duct tape. He tells her, "If I pull this, you die. If I hear something from you that I don't like, if you do something that I don't like, I'm going to pull this and you're going to die." And at that point, he puts his penis in her mouth with his hand on the end of the zip tie. And this continues on for a while. And he hears a sound and he's cautious. He asks Jessica if she has animals, a cat, something. She tells him no. So he gets them both dressed. And he decides to take her to his own hiding spot where he would feel safer having her. So he gets them both dressed and he transports them to his hiding spot. And they get there and he allows her some sleep. What a sweet guy. He allows her to sleep for a little while. And finally, he's pushing her, telling her to wake up. And Jessica, I don't know if it's true that Jessica actually had this medical situation or if she was acting. My assumption was she was acting, but she began to convulse and tell him that she needed a hospital immediately, and said she only had 20 minutes before, she could die. And he holds her head through the whole thing and tells her not to swallow her tongue and don't bite her tongue and all of that, and cradles her head and tries to comfort her. And she's stuttering and she's begging him to please take her to the hospital. But he's not going to do that. He lets her rest there for an hour. And she says to him, "If I die, please tell my mother that I love her." At this point, I think the man knew what the ending of this was going to be. All of this was recorded, but she had rested for an hour. So now it was time for more rape and dress up. It was time for dress up. This was also new. He began to dress her in various lingerie outfits and making her pose. Hours For hours, this went on, and she complied with absolutely everything that he wanted her to do. All of it. Dressing up in these ridiculous things and posing, and finally that was over, and he sits her down and he tells her she's going home. He offers her a plate of fruit and she eats it, and he gets her fully dressed, shoes, sweatshirt. And one of the last photos of her is a huge smile, still duct tape over her eyes, dressed, thinking, oh, thank God I'm going home. And he walks her all the way to the door. And before she can step out of the door, he smashes her skull in with his flashlight. And she crumples to the floor. And there's blood everywhere. And he wraps her body fully in duct tape and then wraps her up and throws her in the garage because he's got a busy day ahead of him. And he leaves her there in the cold, dead. And he goes on about his day. He goes on about his day. Meanwhile, the police are searching for Jessica, and they put up a roadblock on February 4th of 2010. They knew what they were looking for. And the reason they knew was because the night that the SUV was parked out in that field, there was snow there. And motorists who passed by saw that vehicle in that field, as well as the police officer. So the police investigating the case went and got those tire tracks. They knew what the treads on the tires look like. So this is great news. So they do a roadblock, and I really love the police in this case at this point. I mean, I'm not so happy about them from before when they weren't warning everybody. In any case, the plan was 2 officers would stop each car coming on that road, Highway 37, that passes Jessica's house. And one would talk to the driver, and the other one would be checking out the tires. They wouldn't do it in an obvious way at all. So they start, and they're stopping each car and either letting them go, or if they felt any suspicion or if the tires matched, they were supposed to be pulling them over and talking to them. One of the people who ends up driving by, and what they're looking for is an SUV, a Tahoe Escalade, possibly an Explorer, they're not sure, 1998 to 1999. That's what they're looking for. And they were supposed to ask, did you pass this location on any of these days? Did you notice anything strange and all of that? So one of the people who end up passing by is the Colonel, Russell Williams. And they do the whole procedure, you know, one's talking to him and one's looking at his tires. And Russell was Marie's commanding officer. He had written a condolence letter to her family. And he told them, you know, I drive by here all the time on my way to the base. So they let him go, you know, no problem. But there was something very unusual about Russell's tires. So might Russell be a suspect? We'll see. I guess we're going to have to wait till tomorrow for that, huh? We're going to have to wait till tomorrow. Let's see if they're back. Not yet. Yeah, this guy is sick. Yeah. That is a case I have been obsessed with for years. Years. For the Idaho 4, I believe I do. Hold on. It was the University of Idaho students who did that. Let me see. They've got them all over, but I thought it was like nonstop local or something. Let me see here. Moscow, University of Idaho, ASUI, and Vandal Solutions. Vandal Strong bracelets. You can purchase them anywhere for $6. Let me see. Let me get you to the. Well, they're saying you can buy them anywhere in the U.S. Well, where? Maybe here. It says you can purchase them online, but you can buy the bracelets here. It's in the marketplace on their website. So, oh, ordering online Vandal Strong bracelets has ended. We appreciate the support. So that has ended. So I would not try to find them elsewhere because that has ended. You need to tell more, please. Probably tomorrow. Left hanging, I tell you. I don't know. What would you guys do? Would you fight or would you hope that you give in? You know, would you hope that if you give in, you will survive? For me, I'm thinking, you know, what are the chances they're going to let me out of this? We'll do part 2 tomorrow during the break. Part 2 is something, boy, I'll tell you that. It's just a case I've been completely obsessed with for years, just forever. So I don't know. I think that I would want to fight because what are my chances of getting out? I want to at least, you know, get some of the DNA under my nails so maybe they can catch them. I don't know. It's a rough one. I would try to talk then fight. If I was young, I would fight. I hear you. I think I'm younger than I am. That's for sure. But I would try to fight. That's what my husband always said. You think you're younger than you are. Yeah, true, I do. I probably get jacked up quick. Done. I don't know what I would do. Well, this captor is very well respected. He's a very good man. He's a very trusted person in the community. Not that they could see his face, but the way that he spoke to them was gentle. He wasn't cussing and screaming and in a crazy frenzy. He was very, very calm. He was a very calm guy. And he was very well educated. I'll show you just one photo of what we are talking about here. Okay? Just a photo of the situation. Jeez Louise. This is something altogether different, friends. In case you don't know who we are talking about, and many of you don't, That's what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with. This is why he was taking clothing. Okay? Yeah. It's a whole situation. It's a whole situation. So I felt like hell. Here you go. Tomorrow is not promised. That's why you have to be extremely careful. Yep. He was the pilot. He surely was. We have the timeline in a video that we showed earlier, and I'm going to upload it tonight after this is over. Thank you, Jenny. I love telling the story of the crime. I think that's what true crime should be. But for me, anyway, it's what I like. I like to hear the story of what happened. Somebody said in here earlier, oh, I didn't know this was a game for you. No, it isn't. But if I'm going to talk about true crime, then I feel like it should be told for myself the way that I would want to hear it. So, I mean, I could just come on and be like, guys, guess what happened? So in Canada, there was this man and he killed all these women and then wore their underwear. What the hell is that? Who even wants to hear that? Nobody. So, yeah. New York City is no joke. There you go. Yep. Troll's gonna troll. They always do. Yeah, the pictures and the nonsense was just too much for me, man. Way too much for me. I'm like, you are a sick son of a bitch. Me and you cannot be friends, sir. You're not a good man. So, hopefully this. Where are they? Hello? Are y'all still here? I mean, they're still here, but I don't know where they are. Thank you. Yeah, we're waiting on it now. Yes, they're coming back. Yep. You know, remember he said come back at 1:15, then he's got to get them all into their seats. That's another whole situation. You know, you got to get them all in their seats and all of that fun stuff. So I don't think it's as easy as we might think that it is. There they are. But I haven't heard them come back on yet, so we'll just wait. We shall wait. I'm sure you can hear all my clicking. Click, click, click. Click, click, click.
But he has returned to the courtroom.
Look at that. They're back. Can you hear them?
All right. At this point in time, I'm going to turn the questioning over to the attorneys. I have limited the time of the attorneys at various aspects of this trial. This is one of those. So if it appears that they're rushing through something, hold that against me and not against them. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Judge. And again, do I have freedom to move about?
You do, yeah. You just have to be careful because when you have your back to Kathy like that, it's sometimes hard for her to hear. And also don't stand between the juror and the court reporter. That makes it worse.
Kathy, you have permission to throw something at me if I violate those rules. How's everybody doing after lunch today? Everybody ready to have a discussion? So I love that when you have that sort of a signature laugh. That's good. So Judge talked about this earlier this morning. One thing I want to make sure that we all understand when we start this process is that we're here for a conversation. If I stand up here and talk the whole time, we're not going to accomplish what we need to accomplish, which is finding out whether you're a good juror for this case or you're maybe not a good juror for this case. That's what this all is all about. And the judge mentioned this earlier about the public speaking aspect of it. Even though you might be shy about public speaking, please raise your hand and speak up to further that discussion on these different topics. I'll give you an example. Back in school, I hated to get up and do my public presentations to the class. And so I would sit in the back of the classroom worrying about it the whole time, trying to put it off to the very last second. And then, of course, I become a lawyer and a politician who gets elected to office. So shows you how smart I am as far as that stuff goes. But anyway, so will everybody promise to engage in this discussion about these different talking points? Yes? All right, perfect. So tell me what you think about when I say the word Lady Justice. What comes to your mind? And raise your hand if you have something to put in on it. Yes, very in the back. And I think you are 49, yep.
Think of the Statue of Liberty.
Statue of Liberty
Yeah.
and the flag, okay. Anybody else have any ideas in their mind? Mr. Sinister Laugh, number 28. Blind. Yeah. Blind justice, holding scales with the blindfold. It's balancing on the evidence, the way the evidence is supposed to grasp back to it. That's exactly what I wanted to get to is that Lady Justice depicts our American justice system in that she's holding a sword, and that would be the judge when somebody's found guilty. That's the punishment part of it, right? These scales are to weigh out the facts in the law, but the most important part of Lady Justice in my mind is that blindfold, and the reason for that is bias and can't have sympathy towards somebody, right? Whether it's defense side or prosecution. So let's talk about that aspect of it. Why would bias in favor of one side or the other be a bad thing in this situation? Yes, ma'am, and you are 21. And bear with me, I'm going to do that every time just so the court reporter knows who is talking.
Bias influences, not the bias. How we let them.
Exactly right. What we do here is, in this phase of it at least, is trying to find jurors that can be good for this particular case and can weigh out the facts and the law. You've heard a little bit about the charges already, but have any of you had any part of the law explained to you as it relates to this case? The answer should be no, right? We haven't talked about any of that stuff. And so the other thing I want to get across is keeping an open mind. We're going to be talking about a lot of concepts. We keep in mind that idea of having an open mind and listening to whatever the judge tells us the law is, because the judge will be the one that tells us what the law is that applies to the case, what the facts are. Who do you think gets to choose what the facts are going to be in a particular case? Who chooses that? Yes, ma'am. And you are
15.
15, thank you.
The attorneys?
The attorneys? Good guess. And you are number 24, I believe? Okay, perfect. So when a case comes to a prosecution, it just comes to us as the case. We don't go out and get people to say particular things one way or the other. It's just statements and facts that come to us. Does anybody have any different opinions about that aspect of it? And I know that at least one person here sat on a grand jury before. Who was that person? Yes, Mr. Well, I won't say your name, but number 29. So you've got some experience in sort of being that charging capacity in a grand jury. Tell us what your thoughts are as it relates to that concept. Process, but to have all these pieces of evidence brought to you and being the decision-making mode of helping decide whether it's enough to go to trial. I think that still it was all brought to us, but there was a point of time where we asked for more information. And so get this information. Especially that That was my experience in that, you know. I think that, you. So what you're talking about there, where you heard some evidence that came in that was presented to witnesses, but then the grand jury got to decide, hey, we want more answers on this particular issue. And so you directed an investigation, right? Meaning that you were able to hopefully uncover additional facts that weren't presented to you. But the facts were still just what the facts were. Would you agree with that? Absolutely. Yeah, and the burden of proof in that particular circumstance was to get to a charging decision, correct? Remember what that burden of proof was called? Does probable cause sound familiar? Okay, so tell us what you think that means. And I apologize for putting you on the spot, but having a grand juror here is a really good somebody that can give us a perspective. For us, in the room that we did, this was kind of a scenario was, is there enough in front of us, evidence in front of us to actually ask a jury? Or is it so thin that it wasn't worth time? Everyone's time. And then in your understanding, or if anybody else wants to chime in on this particular topic, please raise your hand. But in your understanding, is there a higher burden when you get further down the road into a trial process? Yes. You know what that's called? Okay. Those are definitely words, yeah. Anybody else want to chime in on what the next higher burden is? And I'm going to jump back here. I'll get to you in just a second, but you're 49.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, beyond a reasonable doubt. That's exactly where I wanted to go. So what does that phrase mean to you, ma'am, Miss Juror 49?
Reasonable person. I have doubt, and if the jury is reasonable. If there's any doubt that the elements are met.
How do you figure out whether something is reasonable or not?
That's what the jury. Both minds. Considering all the evidence presented.
Very good. Anybody else have any thoughts on that concept? What is reasonable and what beyond a reasonable doubt means? Yes, sir. And you are number 28.
I just think that all the kind of taught and all of the TV shows that circumstantial evidence isn't. How they were, all the different things, so getting all that information.
So now we're talking about a different concept and I want to delve into it. Circumstantial evidence, what does that phrase or that combination of words mean to you?
It's not eyewitness, it's not eyewitness testimony for testimony. Not a person telling you what they saw and what they remembered. It is forensic evidence, it is cell phone records, all those types of things that allow an investigator to piece together a set of circumstances and track someone through a timeline. Make sure that, yeah, we know that they were in this place at this time with these people because of these other things that are not eyewitnesses. They corroborate eyewitness or they contradict eyewitness.
So one concept that is spot on is that the law says that direct evidence, so eyewitness testimony, maybe surveillance video that shows somebody stealing a candy bar, that kind of stuff is direct evidence. The law says that circumstantial evidence is just as strong as direct evidence, meaning that those other things that you can prove circumstantially, that something happened,
is just as valid as that direct evidence. Does anybody have a problem with that concept? Or think that they could not follow that part of the law? Not seeing any hands. Thank you for that. So you probably noticed when we were here this morning, when we finally got these juror packets, that both sides were rifling through these things as quickly as possible, trying to decipher things that we want to talk about. And thankfully, the judge gave us some time over lunch to do that because we were able to dig into some of these questionnaires. And so some of this stuff that I'm going to do is because of that time that we got to look into it. Juror number 20. Right here, yep. So juror number 20, you mentioned in your questionnaire that you need all the facts. What do you mean by you need all the facts?
So as what the judge said earlier, like you only hear certain facts through the news out. I just happened to be so lucky where I didn't hear it. I was out of the country at the time. So I didn't hear anything about the story about you. And I've heard people like say, oh, I followed it on the news. I was, this is a certain sense of this is a certain sense of that. But the issue with that is you're only following one arrow. You're only looking at one picture of the thing, but if you turn around, like say you look at this way, you see a square. Over here, you see a rectangle. You only get one plane of view, not gets cut. Get the whole picture, you get more of a broader understanding.
Okay, so I really like the way you described that. I use Pikes Peak as an example of what you're describing. From down here in Colorado Springs, Pikes Peak looks a certain way, right? But if you go to Cripple Creek, Pikes Peak looks completely different than it does from here, but it's still the same mountain. And that's what you're talking about, right? Having that all encompassing perspective. What if you don't hear a particular fact? Are you going to be able to weigh the case based on the facts you do hear? And the facts in this case and in every criminal case will come from right up here at the witness stand. If you don't hear a particular thing, is that going to be difficult for you to get to a verdict?
Well, with my background of my job, I kind of use decisions like this. I take one party side, another party side, and I know I'm only going to get 80% of the truth. One person's only going to figure out his 40%, the other person's going to spell their 40%. 45 is a sum of length. So I have to piece the last 20% myself to figure out what happened. And then that information that I have, and that information I think what happened, I have to go from there and make a just call in the situation. Whether I deem it right or wrong, it's what the facts say.
So that's a really interesting concept. So it sounds like what you're describing it when you're doing that sort of process, that last 20%, you have to fill in the gaps on your own.
Yes.
What the judge will tell you is that if you're on this jury and there's some gap there that there's no testimony on or no piece of evidence, you don't get to fill in the gaps. You don't get to speculate as to what the facts may or may not have been on that particular point. What are your thoughts about that?
Like I said, for my job, it's what I have to do. But for this situation, I can't fill in those blanks. So I'll draw the information I have at hand and make a proper decision from that information that I received.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Juror number 2, what are your thoughts about that concept that we were just talking about can't speculate about gaps that maybe exist in a particular case and fill in the gaps on your own? What do you think about that?
I think it's human nature to try to fill in the gap on your own. But we would have to follow what the judge was saying as far as the law went and just deal with the facts that are presented. You know, and maybe we'd have an opportunity to go back and ask for additional information before we had to make the decision.
Okay. I'm going to stay up here in the jury box. Juror 11, what do you think about that?
You can't. You have to follow your evidence. Even if your evidence doesn't fit your preconceived notion of what you think it is, you have to follow the evidence. You cannot make your own determination until you have all of that evidence. And if there's a gap, well, then you can't put your ideas in there because it's what you want to put or how you feel. Feelings have no place in evidence.
Perfect. Preconceived notions, the idea that she just put out there, the preconceived notions, that's a big area of, I guess, inquiry as we get into jury selection for this case. There's already been some mention from people that have already been excused about having seen some media coverage in this case. And they may or may not have been excused because maybe they did have a preconceived notion. Again, having a chance to look at the juror questionnaires, juror 36. So back here, second from the left, you noted that you've seen some news articles in this case. And you have to speak up for the court reporter. Okay. And don't be offended when I do that. It's really for the court reporter's benefit. What are your thoughts as it relates to preconceived notions and the stuff you may or may not have seen in the media? Preconceived ideas, right? Do you think and this is for everybody, but I want to talk to you first about this, that the media gets stories 100% right?
No, and I thought about that too, you know,
What about the idea of, let's use newspapers for example. Usually each newspaper article has a word limit, so they can only fit so much stuff in before they get to the end of their story. In a case like this, do you think that they can fit all of the facts in a particular news article to tell the story? Probably not, right? So with that in mind, based on you've already said that you've seen some media, can you set that aside? And if you end up on this jury, only listen to the facts that come from this witness stand and then render a verdict based on what you hear from this witness stand as opposed to the outside noise of the media? You believe you could? Okay. Juror number 44, you also indicated that you had seen some media here in the second row. What are your thoughts about what I just talked about? Do you think based on what you know today, have you heard any facts in this case? Because it hasn't come from the witness stand, right? If the judge said, you know what, we're done, you got to give us a verdict right this second, what would your verdict have to be? Not guilty. Yeah, exactly, not guilty. Can you set aside what you've heard in the media and just listen to what happens from this witness stand and those facts and then make up a verdict based on that information? Okay. What about juror 49, jumping back here? Yes, ma'am.
can I set media information?
Okay, that's very definitive. Why do you say it so definitive?
Talked about, told us several times, the only fact. So. So white line,
Kind of like Men in Black, they flash that light and then their memory's gone. No, we don't. And again, that was juror number 28. Does anybody that has seen the media, and if I could just see a show of hands, I'm not going to call on every particular person, but a lot of people indicated they'd seen some media. Any of you think that you would have difficulty setting aside what you've heard in the media and just listen to the facts that come in from the witness stand? And we're going back to juror number 70. You bring up an interesting point, and that is that jurors that sit on criminal cases in Colorado, let me back up. When we put a witness on the stand and it's a prosecution witness, one of us will do a direct examination, and then defense will get to do a cross-examination, and then we'll come back and do a redirect examination, and then we're done. Whoever sits on the jury, sitting up in this box, gets to write down their own questions and pass them to the bailiff, and then the judge will ask the question. If it's an admissible question, we'll ask the question of the juror or of the witness, so that jurors get to be a participant in the questioning of witnesses in case there are, just as you described, any questions in your mind. It's a really valuable tool for jurors to understand and ask questions in their own way. And oftentimes they ask better questions than we do because they're coming at it with more of an open mind to the case, and they don't have the preconceived notions that we do from one side or the other. Anybody else that had media exposure to this case think anything that you want me to know about right now as it relates to media, or that you would have difficulty setting aside that media exposure to this case? Not seeing any hands. Does that mean everybody that has seen the media can set that aside and be fair and impartial? And ma'am, you're right, you're nodding your head, and you're a juror 34.
You know, I kind of, that's the person who's kind of been on, both sides of this thing, kind of the accused and the seen, how media twist things. So I kind of hold that with a grain of salt personally. I know that, I can be advised, because like I said, I've seen that and I've seen how they work. Hey, wait a minute, that's not what happened. Like I said, I just have a person. It kind of danger and that.
And so, and you're one that had, I think, marked down that you had seen some media, right?
Yeah,
You,
I've seen media, yeah.
yeah, and you can set aside your exposure to that media. Okay. Okay, perfect. Let's see. Juror number 57. Yes, there you are. What are your thoughts about sitting on this length of a jury trial? You talked about a little bit earlier about with the judge. You'd expressed, even on your questionnaire, some real reservations about that. Let's hear your thoughts. Okay, freaks you out. Why is that? If you end up on this jury and you're dealing with that stress where you're pulled away from your job, affecting, I think it's D11, right? Affecting the 11 school district, are you going to be so focused on that concern that it'll be hard for you to sit and listen to the evidence in this case? Okay. So you have to tell us whether you think you can do that or not. We can't jump in your head and make that call for you, right? So what are your thoughts about that? You don't think you can? Okay. Let's talk about the concept of difficulty sitting in judgment of another person. Occasionally we get people that come into this process and say they cannot sit in judgment of another person because they can't know every single fact about a particular circumstance. Does anybody in this room feel that way? Yes, ma'am, and you are
15.
15 again, thank you.
I kind of going back and forth on that because I know my personality, and I don't see just black and I don't see just white. Usually I can see both sides, and I feel a little confused about that. I have a little bit of fear about if I'm not completely sure how to pass judgment or pass sentence, how I'm gonna feel if, let's say, I'm the only one that's thinking not to go along with everybody else, how that's gonna feel. I mean, I'm a little nervous about the whole thing, actually.
Okay. So tell me if this calms your nerves a little bit or does it really help? Every single day we hear stories from two different people and yet we can figure out kind of what happened. Do you have trouble in those situations, trying to figure out which one is more accurate?
Well, like I said, most of the time I can see both sides.
Sure, yeah.
You know, like a situation like that, like, you know, when my kids were growing up, there was always, you know, a conflict here. One would say one thing, one would say the other, and I would try to resolve it that way unless I can know for a fact that maybe one's lying and this one's being completely honest, you know?
Sure.
I don't know how else to answer it.
Okay. I think the way you're answering me is the way you should answer it, which is what's in your mind and what your thoughts are on it. Have you ever had a situation where maybe you hear two people that went to the same wedding and they describe it almost like they were at two different weddings?
Yeah, yeah.
Does that mean the wedding didn't happen?
No.
Okay. So do you see what I'm saying? That even in normal day life, we hear stories and we're still able to figure out that something happened and figure out what that something was. You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody have any input or thoughts about that idea? About hearing different people talk about concepts or stories or events and maybe having conflicting recollections of that event and yet still being able to decide one thing happened? Anybody have any concepts or thoughts about that? Juror 35, what are you thinking about when we're talking about these different ideas? Yes, ma'am, that's you. What's going through your mind when we're talking about just basically, I'm doing like a status check. All the things we've talked about so far, including that last topic, what's in your mind? What do you think about those different ideas? Nothing right now? You're half asleep? Okay. My wife tells me I'm boring like that too, so. Will it be hard for you to sit for basically a full day each day to listen to witnesses?
Like today, yeah.
Why, what about today?
Haven't spent this thing and I think.
Okay.
Mr. Allen,
Yes.
you have a question.
Oh, yes, sir. And you are juror number 26, I believe.
Yeah, I would just say that, you know, all individuals well, think differently. And we have different experiences, whether it be education. But we're not interpreting things differently. Really that kind of what the differences are, we can kind of overcome that for this kind of see.
Okay. So what you're describing is sort of that deliberative process that whoever's on this jury is going to go through when we get to the end, where you come together after all of the evidence has been presented and you're back in the jury deliberation room and you're talking about the different aspects of what had happened. Does anybody think it'll be hard to remember all of the details in a trial that is this long? And you've got your hand up in the back here. I believe you are number 66. 59, you're right. Part of that is that, I'll get to you in just a second, sir. Part of that is that we all learn differently too, right? Some of us can be visual learners. Some of us have to read things. Some of us has to hear something over and over before it really starts to sink in. That's the cool thing about jury service is that it's the collective mindset. So all 12 of the jurors that are deliberating on this case work together to figure out how the evidence fits together, how those pieces fit together. And one thing, I don't know if the judges talked about it, but you'll all get notebooks and you can write notes as the witnesses are testifying. I think it's really important when you're thinking about, if you end up on this jury, to take notes, because of the length of the trial. Not Mr. 66, I believe. So do you think that, even though I just described the way that a jury works together, do you think that would help with that process, or do you think it's would help? Okay. So do you feel comfortable, in your situation to being able to, hear all the facts, consider those facts, and then work with others to come up with a verdict? You do the best you can. Okay. And number 70 again?
I feel like I need to like. I think that's what I learned. What was explained that.
And are you referring, oh, go ahead.
Oh, and I'm also referring to the fact that if you talk about, the fact that they to is. But I would be remiss if I didn't say.
So when you, let's assume that you get on the jury and you get to the very end of this case, and then the judge reads the law to you. The judge will read out the instruction as it relates to not guilty by reason of insanity and other aspects as it relates to that particular defense. Do you think you could set aside potentially what you learned from psychology?
Basically, it's like. That's, he's telling. Great. What is definition? Same. This is what he.
Okay. So I'm glad. Well, I'm glad you brought that topic up because that's a central part of this discussion as well. And that is the mental health aspect as it relates to a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. Yes, sir, Mr. 28 again. And I don't mean that in a bad way when I say again.
Seems like this kind of defense, which isn't even allowed in all states. Because wrong headed on this, it seems to me that defense isn't necessarily saying that defendant didn't do it, saying they did do it, however, they weren't in control of their faculties at the time. Reason why they didn't do it, you can't hold them responsible the same way that you would hold someone responsible who had their full. So the evidence that we're looking at, like, why is there the same level of preponderance of evidence if everyone on the side or agreeing that the person did it from a evidentiary standpoint? Now we're arguing over whether they should be held responsible because of the way their mind was working at the time that the crime was committed.
Okay. So let's think about, remove ourselves from as it relates to this case and look at a different type of case that also had a lot of attention. And that would be the Aurora Theater Shooter case. Does everybody know what case?
Council approach, please. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Jeff. So if you think about hearing something bad happening that is shocking when you hear about it, is it natural as people to think there must be something wrong with that person that did that bad thing? No, who said no? I heard a no. Okay, and you are 36. Yeah, you're good. You're doing great. You're 70.
From my perspective, you can throw that thing you want. On just what you see.
That's exactly right. Who has the burden of proof in this case? I do, right? The DA's office sitting at this table has the burden of proof. What things do we have to prove? Anybody know? You don't really know because you haven't had the instructions yet from the judge, right? The judge hasn't told you this is the recipe for whatever the crime might be. So the judge used the idea of a Denver omelet and throwing some ingredients in there and saying you might have a tasty omelet, but it's not a Denver omelet. Who thinks that one of the ingredients to prove a crime in the state of Colorado is that we have to prove motive? Juror 11.
You have to prove that they had an intent to commit the crime in order to receive something of benefit, whether it be that they received something, removed somebody from their life, removed, like in case of arson, a home or like a bill from their life. You have to prove that they had a motive to do this with the intent to change something.
Okay. Who else had their hand up? Yes, sir. Juror number 24, I believe.
I think for the overwhelming majority of cases, there is one aspect, however, there are instances of crimes which
Okay. Okay. All right. Other people that haven't spoken, juror 7. I was gonna get to you eventually, but you're sort of on an island. Yeah. What are your thoughts about motive? We've heard two different viewpoints now.
I think every crime is.
All right. What about juror 9? What do you think? You thought you were on an island too, didn't you?
Yeah, I don't think.
Okay. So would it shock any of you to hear me say that in the state of Colorado, ingredients to prove a crime, motive ain't in that ingredient list, don't have to prove motive? Juror 47? Yes? You had a interested, curious look on your face. Okay. What went through your mind when you heard that?
I guess it's much shocking. I agree with her.
Okay. All right. What about juror 45? Okay. Juror 61. Let's assume that you end up on this jury and you hear lots of evidence, but you hear zero evidence about motive. You think you can still render a verdict? Okay. What about juror 69, way back there? What do you think about this idea of don't have to prove a motive? There doesn't have to be a motive ingredient. No, it does. Again, this is a safe space. We get to talk about these concepts as we're hearing some of these things. We probably have never in a group like this considered them with this many people together, right? So these are all very fair and safe things to talk about. Juror 28.
We have different class crimes, different water and first degree murder.
So getting into,
Penalties are a lot worse for first degree murder because of premeditated, whereas someone who accidentally killed someone, even if penalties are less. They didn't think it through.
okay, so let's talk about that.
2 minutes, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Judge. I was just going to ask. Premeditation, you mentioned premeditation. That means that somebody planned to do something. But even in premeditation, there's no evidence that's presented on motive, why they did something.
Right. That's if you can't, it's like someone was mentioning, you can't prove why. That's evidence that points to a why. That helps investigators decide who they're gonna try to investigate more strenuously. Can't prove why.
Okay.
So how can you use that as a way to fix something?
Do you feel like if you end up on the jury, you could be okay not hearing the why and still getting to it? Okay. Coming back to juror 11, after this discussion on the motive part of it, what are your thoughts now?
That I can see that there have been times where maybe there wasn't a clear cut intended motive, and that, especially when you're looking at mental health, there may not always be a why.
Thank you. Is there anything that, for any of you, that is gnawing at you? I wish Michael would have asked this particular question because it's really important I get this out. Anything like that that we should hear about now before I sit down and stop badgering you with questions? And I apologize, I didn't get to hit everybody, tried to get as many as we could. Any last thoughts, last ideas, things that you think would be important for us to know about you? All right, thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to do a little bit of follow-up with juror number 9. I was looking at your questionnaire and you said that you had physics class, and I saw that you had it on Tuesday, and then there was a TR something, but I didn't know what that meant.
So Tuesday, Thursday, but my Tuesday class is 9 to 5. My Thursday one is longer because it's not tonight or you know the one, so I have a lot of things long. Already thought about it and I could. But I also do work full time, but.
I was gonna ask, how are you gonna, because you didn't really raise that much, and so, and I had a lot of other students that were in here, so I was trying to figure out how you're gonna still make your physics class. When does it end?
Family.
Okay.
I'm graduating from bachelor, so I'm thinking. Well, I've thought about discussing with the teacher. All he does is lecture on. Have access to those PowerPoints. But I think class, so I mean.
Okay, well, if you're still here at the end of the day, here's one of the things that I want you to do. I want you to talk with your teacher, find out whether or not there's something that can be worked around, whether or not it can be accommodated, okay? Because if you're still here at the end of the day, you're gonna come back in 2 weeks. And one of the things that I'll ask you is, what's the answer to that question? Okay. And then Juror 45 over here. Tell me about your horse farm.
On the questionnaire.
Okay. Okay. Well, I wanted to talk with you a little bit about that because you hadn't mentioned it. And I have had people in here serve as jurors that came from a ranching or a farming occupation, I suppose. And they have very early mornings, as you know. And we had one gentleman who he made sure, he said, you know, I can do this. I'll get up, I'll feed the horses before I go. I'll feed them when I get home and it'll all be okay. It'll just be a long day. So you think it's going to be okay? Okay. All right. And Councilor Croach, please. All right. Mr. Tellini.
Woo! I hate this part of the trial. Not this part, all the time before where I can't talk. This part I like. This part I like. I want to start off by thanking each and every one of you. We let you all go to lunch and you all came back. You came back knowing that you could end up having to be with us for the next 8 weeks. And that actually talks a lot about each of you. And it talks about our community. They do statistics in each different county and jurisdiction about the number of jurors that actually shows up in the summons. And El Paso County is always 1 or 2. Because our community here cares a lot about their civic duty. And I want to thank each and every one of you for doing it. Because I know each and every one of you has someplace else you would rather be. And I know, as I think we heard juror number 45, talk, she heard all these other people, the reasons why they can, and said, you know what, this is going to be inconvenience and I can do it. And I think there's a lot of people here who were in that kind of position, juror number 28, who hard. I'm gonna get used to this number thing, but a lot of us, we want to do this because we know it's our duty. And I worry sometimes we want to give the answers that indicate that we can give to our duty. And what I want to emphasize more than anything right now, you guys only have one duty, and that's to tell the truth. Okay? Answer as honestly as you can, and not try to give me the answers that I want to hear, not the answers you think they want to hear, or not even the answer you think the judge wants to hear, but to give us the honest answers so everybody can make decisions based upon that. Now, they call this jury selection. I think that's a little bit of a misnomer. What it should really be called is juror deselection. I don't get to pick anybody. Mr. Allen doesn't get to pick anybody. We're going to go through this process the next 2 weeks, and hopefully we come Monday, April 3rd, we'll have another group. We'll get rid of some more of them, and then we'll have the people who are going to be here with us for the next 6 weeks. It's kind of like Survivor, that game show, but instead of like a cool prize, you get stuck here. Now, the good thing for a lot of you guys haven't even made the island, okay? This is the casting part. To see who's going to get to move on to Survivor Island next April 3rd. And the other thing I want to know, you all to know, we know how hard it will be on everybody. We also know that because of some factors I'm going to talk about, it's not going to be easy. It's very easy getting the truth in this case for a lot of different reasons I'm going to talk about. And we're ready for that. That's why we've got 2 weeks of this to go through. And again, that's why it's important just for you guys to give the honest answers so that Ms. Stauch gets a fair trial, which is what we're all here for. Can everybody agree? I'm just going to give the truth. I don't care what anybody says. Okay, don't worry about being offensive. Don't worry about being politically incorrect. Don't worry about being selfish. Don't worry about hurting my feelings. I have none. And so when we talk about, I kind of like to look at this kind of almost like a job interview for the people that I'm going to get to be surrounded with for the next couple of months. And the first thing that I want to talk about, and the judges talked about it, Mr. Allen's talked about it, is hardship. And we're mean, we drag people off the street, we make them come here, but we don't want to make somebody homeless. We don't want to make somebody miss a vacation they've had planned for a long time. We don't want to make kids flunk out of school that they've been working, hard for. It's inconvenient, but sometimes it gets to the area that it's not fair. And that's just general applies to every juror. I also have some selfish concerns because my only concern is that woman right there. Okay? I like everybody. I want everybody to be happy, but my obligation is to her. And so I also worry, this is 45. I'm not saying this to you, but just as an example, that people have stuff going on in their lives that maybe it doesn't rise to the level of what the judge thinks of a hardship. And maybe we can make you come with us for the next 8 weeks, but I can't have you there paying attention. Even if I make you come and sit here, your mind's going to be somewhere else, and that you can't focus on the evidence before you. And so when I'm asking some of these questions about hardship, that's kind of what I'm going to. And then I thought I read in your questionnaire that your husband has some disabilities as well.
So, he's not disabled.
Okay. Oh, okay.
He takes care of himself.
Oh, okay. Okay. And if we make you be here for the next 8 weeks, are you gonna be worried about your horses or are you gonna be able to pay attention?
Well, no, I'd be okay. I would just.
Okay.
Back and get them fed.
Okay. You're number 15.
Yes.
I noticed that, I think you're talking before, you indicated you got to take care of your grandchildren.
Yes, I take care of them now. I go up to Centennial either Sunday night or early Monday morning, and I stay with them Monday and Tuesday, and then I come home on Wednesday.
Okay.
My daughter does not have anyone else to watch them, and if she had to hire a nanny or someone to come in, that would be like $300 extra a week for her. And when I text her at lunch and told her I was still here and what might happen, and she just sent me a capital 4-letter word.
And so. I bet I can guess the word of it.
She had to take them to work with her today.
Yeah.
And she's a sales rep for liquor.
Yeah.
So she had to drag them into the liquor stores.
Okay. And so what it sounds like, while this might not necessarily be a direct hardship to you, it would be a gigantic hardship.
I mean, if
to
it
your
wasn't for that, I would
Huh.
be glad to, do the service, so. But I don't want to put that hardship on her and my son-in-law either.
And juror number 59? Yeah, you have a kid that you have to transport to school, correct? What time do they get it out? And if we make you be here for the next week, who's gonna pick them up? Okay, you gotta tell me how big of a, because look, I mean, if this was my guess, like a 3-day trial, it'd be easy for you to say, hey, this is no problem, I can do. We're talking about, you're gonna have a couple weeks off, but then 6 to 8 weeks with us. How hard is that gonna be for you?
If I absolutely had to, I would figure it out.
Okay.
But if I have to,
And juror number 65? Yeah, and and how old are your kids? Oh. Okay, well, and I guess kind of, who's taking care of them right now?
So kind of goes into like a little back history, which maybe is good to bring up. I have a history in teaching, and it's that. So I feel like that should just be known. But right now my husband he works at UC Health with heart surgery, so he's and so when there are no cases, he's sometimes called. My in-laws be with the town. And I'm also literally tomorrow interviewing a position to start next fall. So figuring out.
Yeah.
Okay, and how, did you say your child was 21 months? Okay, go ahead.
And is it going to be a situation, if you're here for the next 8 weeks, so that a lot of times your mind's wandering back to how your son's doing?
I mean, I feel like.
Yeah. Either way you answer this question, it's gonna look bad for you.
I think especially where I'm at now with, like where I'm at now with him and.
Okay. Juror number, is that 66? And again, I just want to hit back on this memory. Like you said, you have short-term memory issues?
No, my memory's not what it used to be.
Okay.
I find myself focusing every day on a little more on what day of the week is it, and if I got anything important going on, and it doesn't come naturally.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Some, not a lot, but some.
and we're gonna get a lot of information, when in the 6 to 8 weeks that you've got to kind of keep in store. You can take some notes, but otherwise, she has a right to 12 jurors, not, 11 and a half. And I'm not saying that, badly. No, and I appreciate you doing. I could try to dunk a basketball all day long, but it's just not going to happen. I mean, would you say you have some significant concerns about being able to remember everything over a 6 to 8 week trial? Okay. Juror number 47? Oh, right. You put on your questionnaire that you're supposed to be out of town on the 22nd, April 21st and 24th?
yes. Wednesday,
Okay.
I'm actually moving up to Denver for a job on the.
Okay. So then you wouldn't be able to be here with us.
Correct. Well, I will be unavailable.
Okay. Well, that answers that question. All right. Now, kind of get over, first part, the hardships, and those are pretty easy. Initially, when everybody asked, the jurors, they ask, do you think you can be fair? Miss 34. What does that mean?
Either one side. Fair, just, style.
Yeah.
You don't make sense.
Juror number 44? What does that mean to you? Yeah.
Gotta look for both sides of the story.
Now, if this was a civil case and just about money, Mr. Allen rear-ended me and we're trying to determine who's at fault and where the money goes. That's all really that we ask of jurors is come in and kind of have everybody be even, fair, and do the best that we can. In a criminal case, it's a little bit different than this 43. In a criminal case, you come in with a presumption of innocence. Okay, so not coming in, everything is equal. I'm coming in here thinking she didn't do this or she's innocent for whatever reason that she's innocent. And it's kind of different than what we normally do in life, right, Ms. 43? For example, I've got 12 and 14-year-old boys. And when they were younger, 4 or 5 years ago, they'd be out playing in a different room. And I'd hear the younger one start crying. When I was coming back in that room, I wasn't presuming the older one innocent. I was wondering what you do to your brother. Okay, it's a little bit different concept. Would you agree with that? Yeah. And it's not how we normally do our day-to-day life. Is it 56?
Yes.
What does that mean to you, the presumption of innocence? Say that again?
I'm saying she's
Yeah.
admitted she's done it, but there's mitigating circumstances to do it.
Well, and I want to get something clear here, and just so everybody's out. That's not saying that. It's the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt for what charges. And then I guess the easiest way to think of insanity would be something similar to an affirmative defense. For example, I'm charged with assaulting Mr. Cook or with punching him. Okay, they would have to prove that I actually punched him. A defense may be, though, that I did it in self-defense, that he said he was going to punch me, and so I did it. And so that made it clear they still have to prove it. And then then as well, though, after that, then you have to consider whether or not she was insane at the time.
Because the fact is you're both are saying the punch happened.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. The fact
Okay.
is, it's happened.
Yes.
No one's disputing the fact that it happened.
Okay.
Dispute is whether it was a mitigating circumstance to that.
Whether,
The reason for it.
and then you'd have to presume that if it's not guilty by reason of insanity, that she was insane, and they're going to have to prove, they have to prove that she was sane. Okay, it's not our burden to do that. Okay, juror number 54, what do you think about that?
Presumption of innocence.
Yep.
Foundation. Started. I guess you've got a lot of information.
Okay. Well, and it's interesting, you say we have to start with that. When the judge read that instruction, a lot of people miss out. They think the presumption of innocence just is at the beginning of the case. Presumption of innocence actually goes through the entire case up until all the evidence is done, up until they get to argue, we get to argue, they unfairly get to argue again. And then it goes back to you guys. Until you get back in that jury room, you have to maintain believing that she is innocent. Can you do that, number 54? Now, I think one of the reasons why we have so many people, it's kind of a counterintuitive thought process, Mr. Number 2. I think it's even harder, or the thought process is harder, when you have a case that's had a lot of media exposure. I guarantee you, everybody at that table, and even that gentleman right there, which there had been no media exposure in this case because it'd make picking a juror alive. Sure. What I worry about is when people have read stuff on the news, seen stuff on the news, that this concept of presumption of innocence is more difficult. And it's not, to me, it's more than just like, I'm gonna try to put it aside and not, think about it while, the evidence is coming in and whether or not they've done the evidence. But for me, it's difficult. Can you, even though you've been exposed to stuff in the news, breathe life into that concept of presumption of innocence and believe her innocence up until this case is done?
Sure, because that's what she's entitled to under our system. Absolutely.
Ms. 11?
Yes.
Yeah, do you see why it scares me? Why I'm nervous?
Yeah.
And I'm nervous that everyone just wants to tell me, that answer that I can do it. But it's seen, how much news have you seen on the case?
I live in Fountain. When it first happened, a lot, because we were looking for this kiddo.
Yeah.
Since they found Ganon, I kind of went, okay, at least know where he's at. He's not out missing somewhere.
So when you say we were out, like this is out and people that are actually looking
Like,
around.
if you went to the Safeway, Fountain's kind of small. You went to the Safeway, every little dark cardboard. Look,
Yeah.
see if maybe he's been picked up by somebody. Then when he was found, it was like, well, there's gonna be judgment at some point. And there was no point in following it any further from that. My concern was that there wasn't a little boy missing out there somewhere in the woods or wherever.
Were you angry?
When I found out he had been found.
Yeah.
As any parent would be.
I was a parent would be, and that had been deceitful and everybody was out looking for him and he'd been dead. And everybody, not only are you angry about a child being dead, but you felt like, I'm sure a lot of people felt like they've been kind of duped.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
But
You're actually part of the Facebook group.
I was part of a Facebook group that was Find Ganon, for people who live in the Fountain area. Hey, I just saw a kiddo here. Has anybody seen him? And since he's been found, that group is gone pretty much silent, other than they do give updates of court appearance here, court appearance there, if anybody's following it, but I don't really do a lot on Facebook. Well, my job, I go on there, search when you search and then stand up.
And I want to talk briefly and easier, your job, so you work for DHS.
Yes.
And you investigate people who are
Doing welfare fraud.
being welfare fraud, and then you take that evidence and you present that to the attorney and they choose whether or not to file charges.
The short of it, yes.
Yeah.
A lot of it is, there are times where it's not a high amount, wasn't a high motive of intent.
Yeah.
Those we deal with in-house, either through the Office of Administrative Courts in Denver, or we even have a waiver process where they can sign, I screwed up, I'll get back.
Okay.
When I have high amount of dollars or high amount of intent, meaning they made trying to commit welfare fraud their full-time job, those I do refer to the district attorney's office to then file criminal theft charges.
So at least, in part, you're a criminal investigator.
Yes.
Okay. How did Mr. Seven? Have you had any media exposure?
No, actually. I haven't.
Being in a rock?
No, I've been to work all the
Okay.
time, and then come home and so I go to sleep at like 9.
You're number 20?
No, I got no media coverage. I was currently overseas at the time.
Okay. Number 21, I noticed that on your questionnaire that based upon the media coverage, you're going to find it hard to be impartial.
I don't follow mainstream media.
Yeah. Okay.
Stories. So I don't mainstream media. Things have been presented. It's like, oh yeah, I really did know.
Okay, okay. Okay. And I guess even more so than setting aside though, but presuming during the entire trial that she's innocent, how hard is that when you're coming in with some preconceived biases? Okay. No, and that's all I asked.
It would be difficult. I would hope that if I was in the position.
Yeah.
People ask me about certain things, I'm like, you really don't. You can know what you hope.
Yeah.
Like, you don't actually. Trying to. So this is.
And if I'm mishearing you, absolutely tell me. What I'm kind of hearing from you is you understand the importance of this presumption of innocence. You want to do this, but in a case where somebody is accused of brutally murdering an 11-year-old kid, and you've heard about that before, you've got some serious doubts about your ability to be able to do that throughout the trial.
The teacher is not resulting in this, but.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
We really don't.
No,
Just.
no, and thank you, Ms. Sloan. I mean, this case isn't for everybody. And the only thing that we're asking right now is for people to let us know. I guarantee if I was like in your spot and I was answering all like the questions from this table, I wouldn't be a good person to be on any criminal case. Because I have beliefs that cannot be overcome in regards to certain things. Civil case, I'd probably be fine, but I have core values that sometimes we can't ask people to set aside core values. And that's kind of what I'm getting at here. We have, somebody who's accused of a horrible crime, breathing presumption of innocence into a case like that. Sometimes people have core values that they just can't do it. They can do it like on a theft case, or they can do it on a drug case. Juror number 24. What do you feel about that? That sometimes people have just the core values in certain cases that they can't do, that they understand, like, I've got to presume this person innocent during the course of this trial. And if this was about stealing a candy bar, I can do that. It's about brutally murdering an 11-year-old kid, I can't. I'm asking you. Okay. Number 26.
I can as well. I'd like to believe that in that position when you were judging somebody and say, hey, am I being fair to that person when I am the facts? Not using any bias or anything. Want to be as honest as I can.
And Miss 34, you follow some in the news, correct? And it is kind of the same thing. I mean, my worry, people, yeah, said I just, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel that it's easier for people who know nothing about the case, having a local presumptive innocence. I can do that. But you're paying it. I watch the story on the news. I make an opinion on it every time I watch.
Absolutely. I think that, and I think if you ask me to do that, sure. I think, after I sit down, let's go through it. But I wasn't as aware of it, these.
Yeah.
Told from a certain perspective, that they really have, audience to gain. Kind of made me go, wait a minute, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that, it very much changed.
Mr. 39, what do you think about that? And just let me know, are you saying as you sit there right now, when we're talking about a horrific murder of an 11-year-old kid, you've got some concerns about being able to breathe life and presumption of innocence during the whole case? All right. Ms. 43, are you more with Mr. 39 or Ms. 34?
I'm actually sitting here thinking.
Okay. Okay. Mr. 44? Can you breathe the presumption of innocence when the accusations are the horrific murder of an 11-year-old kid? All right, Ms. 45? And Mr. 44, have you heard anything about this case on the news?
Oh, just read it.
Okay. Ms. 62? What do you think about this? Can you, when this charge of horrific murder of an 11-year-old innocent kid, can you breathe life in the presumption of innocence? Okay. Yep. I'm just asking, as you sit there right now, whether, I'm not asking if you can try it, do you have serious reservations about your ability to do it? Thank you. Mr. 61? All right. Ms. 59, do you have any reservations about your ability to breathe life into the presumption of innocence when we're talking about the horrific murder of an 11-year-old kid? Well, and that's one of the things that we'll transition to. I think a lot of times in lawyers, we forget what kind of some stuff has. You're going to have to, in this case, you're chosen to be one of the people in the jury. Look at autopsy photos of a dead 11-year-old kid, been decomposing for a while. And you got to look at those photos to determine if there's evidentiary value. That'd be important for that. And some people do it, and some people just the thought of it is getting emotional and they can't do it, no matter how much I ask them to. Like, I can't dunk a basketball. Some people, I can't look at that and be rational about it. And I know Miss 65, I see you getting emotional. Oh, maybe not. I'm so far back, so.
Because I've been thinking about that. And I would like to think this is like a. It doesn't see anyway, so like, and as some people were saying some things earlier, it's like, well, yeah, like I'm a parent too, but and this like, Your previous question.
Breathing life into the presumption, breathing life into the concept is a due process right. Everybody in this country is accused of a crime, has that right, no matter what they've been accused of. And that's why we're taking, we know that it may be hard in a case like this for some jurors to do so. That's why we're taking the time. And only you can answer these questions. Like, again, I do stupid sports analogies. That's all I'm good at. If somebody's saying, hey, can you dunk a basketball? There's no way I can do it. Can I hit a 3-point shot? Maybe 2 out of every 10 tries. Okay. There's like a layup, boom. I'm going to get that 90%, the time. I'm just trying to gauge where people are.
Yeah, no, I think. Yeah, and I don't think. Let's have like the stomachs for this, but
Yeah.
I think. That's kind of. Would I be able to?
It's not gonna be fun. Miss 74? What do you think about that? Some of the evidence, I mean, you're gonna have to see autopsy photos that are gruesome. And have to be able to look at them to see what those autopsy photos are trying to tell you. How confident do you think you can, because again, that presumptive innocence goes all the way through trial. Breathe that in, breathe into that concept even after seeing those photos. Can you do that from this step? Number 69? Number 49.
Yes. If I have a job to do.
That's as he said. Yeah. I see you raise your hand, 24.
Yes, I think that the severity of the situation.
Miss 70?
Say.
Yeah.
Disclosure.
Yeah.
But that instead of going to be lost soul.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I guess the way that I would rephrase this, I'm doing this kind of almost like a job interview. I've done a lot of cases. I've had cases where juror said, I have to look at autopsy photos. No, I'm not doing it. You know, you can make me sit here, but you can't make me look. You can't make me do that type of thing. And there's a lot of people like that. And so I'm trying to get a sense. One, I want everybody to know what this job is going to be. And then, you know, to see who's going to be best to have that job. Does that make sense?
I guess my other question to you is it doesn't, you know, so if what you're asking is whether or not I will be able to be legally. Like.
No.
Then we'll tell you.
Yeah.
Okay. But the question is whether I can presume. See enough. And based on the instructions.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking. Like, it is, you know, is looking at those photos going to be so emotional that you're no longer able to do that job, I guess. That's what I'm just inquiring.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, if I sat here and I was like, you know, I know that I can maintain an expressionless.
No one.
Face. Doing, I mean, throughout, could I do that for 8 weeks?
No.
Ability.
No. And I just want to be clear. I'm not asking that. No one's asking that. And if you're telling me you could do that, I know that you've already messed up rule number 1, which was to be honest. There's going to be emotion in the next 8 weeks of this whole thing. The question is, can you have those emotions come up and set them aside and still presumption of innocence, hold them to their burden, you know, look at all these facts like that? Or, you know, is this going to be something
that I have concerns as I am right now. I can feel the emotion coming up that I'm not going to be able to do that. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Does that make sense, Mr. 29?
But you're asked.
All right.
I think the scenario, I almost don't get the scenario you're thinking. Okay? So you're expecting, I actually see a jury starting and saying, yes, this defendant is innocent. But we have both sides of the table presenting evidence, trying to convince us that one way or another, you're going to be giving us evidence, trying to convince us of a certain fact. So to sit there and say that until after 8 weeks, at the end of 8 weeks, when I walk into a jury room, that's when I can start forming opinions. And even imagine that. Because I would be sitting in that jury box, and every piece of evidence that comes apart has to be playing into my opinion building. That means I no longer think she defending the innocent. I don't think so, but
It's a little confusing. And the law, like I said, what the law requires is for you to presume your innocence, and that presumption of innocence, according to the instruction you're gonna get from the court, maintains throughout the trial, all the evidence up till they're done talking and I'm done talking. And I guess one way I've analogized it is, do you like James Bond? We've seen James Bond movies?
oh, yeah. I've seen so many, yes, yeah.
Okay, and you go see a James Bond movie, and you're watching all these movies, and no matter what happens to James Bond, I think he's getting out. I mean, he can hide up like this. He's got a laser coming up right there for him. He's telling him all his evil plans. But I'm presuming that James Bond is somehow going to get out. I'm not ignoring the situation, but that's how I think this movie is going to end. And if that laser came up and cut James Bond in half, I would be shocked. But that's, I guess, the nearest analogy, that something's going to happen that you presume that she's going to be the innocent until this case is done, and you go back and you can look at everything all at once. And it's not saying that you don't make opinions while it's going, but it's at the end of every day, say, these are all the stuff I've learned, and when I come here and you're said every day, I'm going to presume I'm going to find her not guilty until the end. But you don't ignore all the stuff that they're doing every day. But every day we got to put on a presumption of innocence hat, come in and go, one of my jobs today is I presume her innocent. Things are going to come in, you're going to have opinions, but to put that back hat on every day. Does that make a little more sense?
Yeah, a little bit more, yeah. Not like I was gonna go to the jury room.
No.
Flip a switch, because now you get to think.
No, we want you thinking the whole time. We want you thinking the whole time, but it's just, we want you thinking from the perspective that you believe that she's innocent, and they've got to change your mind. You know, that I guess that's the easiest thing, you know. Everybody has their different politics, you know, and you go into one thing and you think, I disagree with you and everything like that, and people try, you know, to change your mind. It's your politics up until the end of this thing, or she's not guilty. And they're going to be trying to change your mind, and everything they say, you put in there and you think about it and you form opinions, but still every day you got to come back and presume innocence. Can you do that, number 29?
Yes.
Okay.
And that context.
All right. Anyone else? You know, I don't have a lot of trying to pop around to anybody, but this presumption of innocence, even having to look at some horrific photos, Miss Nine. What do you think about that?
Let's look at them, obviously, but keeping maintaining the innocent. Difficult, but I think I'm.
Number 69. Maintain a presumption of innocence, even having to look at autopsy photos. All right, let's move along. Oh,
My line of work,
and we're going to let you go, so don't worry. See, look at this. See how nice I am? You're now that stress is. Yeah. Yeah.
So we're told, did this.
Yeah. And you form anger towards that person because you've got a kid that's come in and hurt, and that kid didn't deserve it, and it pisses you off, and you want someone held accountable. Everybody feels that way. You got a kid that's hurt. Your initial instinct is I want to hold somebody accountable and somebody has got to pay a price. And that is human. But that is not the 12 people's job who's going to be on this jury, or we'll have more than that. Some will be alternate. But the people who are going to be on the jury, it's not vengeance, even though that may be an emotion we all have to feel. We all have to put, whoever's going to be on this jury is going to have to put that emotion aside and determine whether or not they approve this case beyond a reasonable doubt for the facts or the elements like the omelet, and whether or not they prove that she was insane beyond a reasonable doubt when this happened. And so does that make Miss 28? I wouldn't want someone coming in here and say, it doesn't piss me off that an 11-year-old kid's dead. But
Separate this is two different phases.
Yeah.
The thing about what happens to the person that is found guilty, that's up to the judge, jury. It's the vengeance, that is the full weight and authority of the civil institution. Violence that the government is bringing. Consequences of whoever's found guilty.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out if this particular person that's being put in front of us is guilty according to the rules, and doesn't mean that we don't want someone to be found guilty. We have to figure out if that person is guilty. If that person's guilty, then judge throw the book out. If they're not guilty, then let's have another trial and find someone else who did do this. Matter of principle, I mean, set us apart from every other legal system on this planet. You're innocent, though we're proven guilty. Person who is guilty goes free. To prove, they're going to screw up again.
Yeah.
Generally. But rather, it's hard, but I would rather that innocent person not be put in prison versus a guilty person getting set free. But not, it's hard.
neither one are ideal, but that's how our system is designed. Our system is designed that it's better for a guilty person to go free than an innocent person being convicted. And no system's perfect, but that's well ours is. I'm guessing I'm running out of time here quickly. A lot of people had thoughts about not guilty by reason of insanity. Miss 21, you indicate you put on there that you think it's for cowards.
I, just being honest.
Yeah, and that's all I want. Yeah.
And, I just have a hard time believing.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, who thinks not guilty by reason of insanity is a BS defense? We got 62, correct? It's okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I think it's useless.
And would it be fair to say it'd be harder, because in this case, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was saying. They have to disprove it. What I'm getting from you, you're not really buying that as a legal defense. That's okay. Okay. Juror number 69, you feel the same way? Here, do we ever, number 47? Oh, don't worry, you're fine.
Need to wrap up.
Number 53, what do you feel about in your eye? Juror number 70, you have a degree in psychology? All right.
Say one other thing.
Yes.
Relative to, I have a little bit of a frame of reference, which is my cultural background. And when it comes to the no jury by trial and not being given an opportunity, my parents were in it. So I know what happens when you come to a decision based on sanity, reasons. Because I'm not so certain that government decision on craziness. So I'm just saying I do have that bias, which is everybody deserves their day in court. And I understand the direction of innocent.
some.
Yeah. Juror number 6. No, it's good. I mean, it's good information. That's all I'm asking for, is just be honest, and thank you for being honest.
Last question.
Number 61, you indicated you don't believe in not guilty by reason of insanity. You think it's no excuse. Okay, thank you.
I wanted to follow up on a couple of things. Um, so Juror 47, are you the one that said that you were not going to be here on April 21 because you're moving? Are you moving to Denver? And so remember when we started out this process this morning about are you a county resident or not?
Temporary, just for a job for like a 1-year-ish period.
Okay. That was kind of what I was trying to get to. So you're planning on moving to Denver. You're going to be there about a year. Okay. All right. And then, juror number 62, I had a little bit of difficulty hearing part of your answer. Did I understand correctly that you had served on 2 juries? Well, you should play the lottery. Okay, and were they on criminal jury? Were the cases criminal or civil? That would have been a criminal case. Probably a criminal case as well. Let me ask it this way. When you were on those juries, were there 6 of you or 12 of you? Okay, so they would have been criminal cases. Okay. Okay. So you've been through the process a couple of times, and I did not hear your complete answer regarding whether you can or cannot give the presumption of innocence to someone. Okay. Okay. All right. And, all right. There's one other. Juror 59, you had said that you had the 21-month-old and you would be able, you'd figure it out if you needed to. Would it help? I'm sorry, juror 65. Juror 59, you probably don't have a child care issue. But juror 65, you're the one with the 21-month-old, right? Okay. And you said that you would figure it out if you had to or if you needed to. And actually, I'm right. Juror 59, you have a child care issue too. So the question that I have is, we have court care that is available in the courthouse. It's on the first floor. Juror 65, yours is 21 months old. Juror 59, your child though is coming home from school, right? Okay. So juror 65, if you were able to bring your child into the courthouse on days when you could not find care, there's some parameters that we have to work with, but it's primarily my issue, not yours. Which is I got to make sure that we get you out timely because court care closes down, I think at noon. They don't reopen again until 1. So we have to make sure that regardless of where we are, I just tell the lawyers you're done for now. So that gets you out of here so you can go down. Would that be helpful?
No, and too, my husband works at the Memorial Hospital and off of that a lot of times.
Okay.
But yeah, that would be.
Memorial, Maine or north? Okay, so yeah, not very far. Okay. And juror 65, or I'm sorry, juror 59, let me make sure I understand your situation. Is this going to be an issue for, I mean, if you're here 6 weeks or so, how much of a problem is this going to be for you to get your son, right? 10-year-old home? 9. Okay. All right. And juror 66, you would talk to us a little bit about your memory problems. How long have you been retired, sir? And what kind of work did you do before that?
I was a surveyor for a land survey company for the last 12 years before I retired.
Okay. And how are you doing with your memory today? Okay. Does it vary day by day? Or is it just over a period of time? Okay.
Over time. Come and go. Very slowly fades.
Yeah, no, I get that. My children tell me I have the same problem. It's amazing though. They say, Dad, you forgot about this. And other times they will say, are you ever going to forget about that? So, I mean, okay. All right. At this point in time, what's going to happen is we're going to take about a 15-minute recess. So I need everyone to leave the courtroom. Same thing as this morning. Remember where your seats are. We'll have you come back at 3:20. So be ready at the door at 3:20 to come back in at that point. And then what will occur is that the attorneys and I are going to have a conversation up here, and we will discuss jury selection at that point. So all rise for the jury, please. I don't care. Webinar. No, I was thinking, I just don't want them. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jurors have left the courtroom. We can do this in one of two ways. I assume Ms. Stauch would like a break at this point in time. Okay. We can do it one of two ways. We can have her take her break now and then come back and do challenges for cause. We can do challenges for cause now and then take a break. I don't know if you want to waive her presence while we do the challenges for cause. It would be my preference not, but pardon? Okay, so you just need to tell me whether you want to break right now. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. We'll do it now. All right. We'll be in recess then for about 10 minutes.
So did you ever see any of the Austin Powers movies? Yep. I was talking to Mr. Davidson.
You good to go, Kathy? Okay. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jurors are not present in the courtroom. Since they're not present in the courtroom, we can do the challenges for cause not at the bench. So prosecution, tell me everybody you want to excuse first, and then we'll go through them one by one.
Well, I think, as it relates to, we were discussing where we both agree, 11, 21, 62, and 24. We.
11, 21.
11, 21, 62, and 24.
Okay.
Both sides agreed to excuse for cause.
Let me see where we are. 11 is over here. 21 is there. 62 was that one back there. And 24. Okay. Oh, sorry, Mr. Tellini, do you agree?
We do.
All right. Court will also excuse 11, 21, 62, and 24. 11, 21, 62, 24. All right. What other challenges does the prosecution have?
That would be yes, I did, of course.
Oh, you don't have any additional? Okay. Mr. Tellini?
Additionally, we would challenge 15, 9, 66, 69, 74.
Okay, with respect to 15, I'm going to grant that. That's the woman who has watches her grandchildren 2 days a week.
Say 15, yes.
Yeah, 1-5. And with respect to 66, I'm going to grant that based on his purported memory issues. Tell me your issue with respect to 59.
59 had some childcare issues. She also, when questioned about the presumption of innocence, whereas the murder of an 11-year-old boy, said that she has significant concerns about her ability to do that.
Mr. Allen?
She also said that she could follow the presumption and felt like she could survive.
I tend to agree with Mr. Allen. I think that the way that I read her body language and everything, and I understand her child care issues, but she said she thought she would be able to figure it out. With respect to the presumption of innocence, I think what she was struggling with is what many people would struggle with, which is we have an 11-year-old that is a victim of what the attorneys have described as a violent crime. And she's juxtaposing that against the presumption of innocence. The impression that I got from her, from what she had to say, was that she could do that. It might be difficult. She might have to remind herself, but she thought that she could do that. I think that's sufficient with respect to rehabilitation to allow her to continue to serve. So that request will be denied. The next one is 69.
69. Had some of the same concerns with the presumption of innocence, but also then said that she thought the insanity, not guilty by reason of insanity, was more or less a BS defense and an excuse.
Mr. Allen?
So my recollection is that 62 is the one that indicated on her
That's what I thought.
questionnaire that insanity was a BS excuse. When Mr. Flynn was talking to Juror 62, Juror 69, sort of chimed in on that, but did not adopt the same language that we've already agreed to in policy for 62. I would think that she would also be number 6 and also fight for potential rehabilitation.
Yeah, that I have the same recollection as Mr. Allen, and I'm looking at the questionnaire, and I think what Juror 69 actually said on the questionnaire anyway was that she has opinions regarding insanity, and she said only if it applies. Not everyone who pleads this is insane. And I don't recall any specific comments from her otherwise. And I think that's just an accurate statement of the law that, you know, sometimes it's raised as a plea when maybe it shouldn't be, but that doesn't mean that she can't follow the law in this case. So I will deny that one as well. 74.
74 had on our questionnaire in regards to not guilty by reason of insanity. I believe anyone that hurts a child is crazy, exclamation point, but is not a reason to get off or be found not guilty.
Yeah, I remember that one. I wrote that one down too. Mr. Allen?
Trying to just check on. So, notes that, Ms. Bardiano kept on that particular, that she agrees with the presumption of innocence and could do that. And also, right above that, I believe I can make a fair decision based on it.
Well, I put the comments from juror 74 in a different category than I do for jurors 59, or I'm sorry, 59 and 69. I do agree that the comments, I mean, essentially what she's saying is, this is not a reason to get off or be found not guilty. There wasn't a lot in the way of questioning of juror 74. She would have been the one in the far back row, far corner. And so there was not a lot more to go on, but based on the questionnaire, I just see that as, I mean, if you look at it, let's see, 74.
I mean, she has the exclamation point.
69. I got the exclamation point. But if you look at the difference in tone and tenor between 74 and 69, 69 says, well, only if it applies, not everyone who pleads this is insane. And I think that's an accurate statement. But clearly I get the impression from juror 74 that she has significantly strong opinions regarding the use of a sanity plea. And it also is even much worse than juror 59, who on her questionnaire asked, you know, well, what was the history before this crime? Would that explain the plea? Is it being used to not accept responsibility? And I think that that's a logical question, and frankly, probably one that'll be at the heart of the case. So I do agree that, or I am going to grant the challenge for cause as to juror 74. So let me make sure I have everybody here.
And I just
11. Don't interrupt me for just a moment. That's all right. I just want to make sure I got the numbers in the right spot. 62, 24, 15, 66, 66, 66, 66, and 74. Okay. So you guys want to follow along with me as to who everybody should be that is excused so that we all agree on the same numbers? Or you just want to come up and look at my sheet?
No, and I was going to say 70, but she's already been kicked. So
Okay. So you want me to read the one that are excused or the ones that are still on? Because there's a lot fewer that are still on.
Probably easier to read still on.
Still, okay. All right. We still have juror 2, 7, 9, 20, 26, 28, 29, 34, 35 and 36 have been, yep, I didn't get those crossed off. 39. So the next juror that we have still on the panel after juror 34 is juror 43, 44, 45, 47, 49, 54.
Oh, I thought 47 was. Excuse.
I don't have. Oh, whoops. Yeah, she is.
I thought it was on the yellow sticky.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Well, that was
57 was on the sticky, was on the post-it.
47's also on there.
Did you just
But-
put it on there, Will?
Yes, and about 7 more.
Okay,
I would.
so let's go back.
Okay.
Juror, we have jurors 43, 44, 45. I'm going to excuse 47 because I'm a little bit concerned. I understand how she sees residency. I'm not sure that I agree with it entirely, but certainly she's going to be gone by during part of the trial. So we have jurors 43, 44, 45, 49, 54, 56, 57. That's right. Yeah, he was the administrator. 58. Oh, there he is. So 58, 59, 61, 65, 69, and 70. Those are the people that I have as our jurors. You agree, Mr. Allen? Mr. Tellini?
I agree.
Okay, all right, let's go ahead and let him back in, Todd. Yep. You can get a copy of that if you want, if you need it at the end of the day. Kathy, you can get a copy of that if you want at the end of the day, if that'd be more helpful. Okay.
The total left.
Oh, the total left. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay. Is that what you have?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to fit them all in there.
Kathy, do you need a hard copy of this?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We'll get you one. Yeah, but that's what I was wondering about. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. We're going to do this a little bit different than what we have done everyone else because it is frankly easier to read the names of the people, or I'm sorry, not the names, the numbers of the people who will return for further jury selection on April 3. So I'm going to read those numbers. If I read your number, stay in your seat because I'm going to have further instructions for you. And then everybody else is excused. You can go on about your business, do whatever you need to do today, those sorts of things. But the people whose numbers I read need to stay in the courtroom. So potential jurors in this case will be number 2, number 7, number 9, number 20, number 26, 27, or I'm sorry, 26, 28, 29, 34, 43, 44, 45, 49 in the back there, 54, 56, 58, 59, 61, going into the row behind that, 65, 69, and 70. So those people need to stay where they are. Everybody else is excused. If you have a question as to whether or not you're supposed to stay or not, raise your hand. You are 24, you are free to go. just have them do this from their seats. Filling stuff out, yeah. Okay. That's fine. Okay, thank you. Okay, I have an instruction that I want to give you, and then we're going to ask for some information. You've probably already guessed that there is some public or media interest in this case. There could be more in the coming weeks. You must guard against that, as you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions that I give to you. You can tell your friends and your family, significant others, people that are important to you, you can tell those people that you may be on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case. But you cannot otherwise discuss anything else about this case with anyone. And you should not listen to any opinions regarding this case from someone who is not a juror. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. If someone asks you why, just tell them it's because that's what the judge told you. That puts the burden on me and not on you. Because I know that in every case that I have, we get to a point where jurors know something about the case and know that they might be on the case. And at the end of the day, we will have testimony or evidence in some fashion. And I know when I go home, I have a lovely wife who I've been married to for more than 30 years. She's going to ask me how my day was. I will start to tell her. While my wife is a lovely wife, she also has very strong opinions. And she is happy to share those opinions with me, whether I want her to or not. So she'll ask me how my day went. I'll start to tell her. And at some point, she'll look at me and she'll say, well, you didn't really believe that, did you? And pretty soon I'm having a conversation with someone about what I should and shouldn't believe, and that person wasn't even here. You can't do that. So the way that you avoid all of that is you say, I can tell you that I might be a juror on this case. We think it's going to take 6 weeks. We believe we're going to start on April 3. The judge told me that I can't tell you anything else about it. Please help me to avoid exposure, news stories. Please help me. My friends, once they find out that I may be on this jury, may be wanting to share their opinions with me. Please help me avoid that. And tell them that the judge said that I can't talk to him about it. As I said, that puts the burden on me as opposed to you, because if I were to tell my wife, look, I'm just not going to talk to you about it anymore, it would lead to an entirely different conversation. So this avoids all of that. You can still blog or communicate with others. You can go on about your normal life. You just can't talk about this case, and you can't do any research about this case, the people involved in this case, the witnesses in this case. You can still watch TV. You can go on the internet. You can still do your Amazon shopping, all of those things, but you are not allowed to look at, read, consult, or use any material of any kind, including any newspapers, magazines, television and radio broadcasts, dictionaries, medical, scientific, technical, religious, or law books or materials, or the internet in connection with your jury service. I want to emphasize that you must not seek or receive any information about this case from the internet, which includes all social networking, Google, Wikipedia blogs, and other websites. You're not allowed to do any research of any kind about this case or this kind of case. What we're going to do, and so that you know what the process will be going forward, you've all been through this today. We're going to do this every day. Not with you, but with a different group tomorrow. We will do this every day until we reach a group of 110. Once we reach a group of 110, we will bring the first 75 back. Our hope is that we're going to do that on April 3 at 9 a.m. Couple of things. In a moment, Mr. Combs and Mr. Sproul are going to circulate around a sheet. What we would like for you to do is put down your name, your juror number, not your seat number, but your juror number, an email address, and a phone number. The attorneys don't get that. Nobody gets that. That stays with us and nobody else. The reason for that is we will let you know as things progress how it's looking. It is possible that we will not have our projected number of jurors by April 3. It's possible we might have them earlier. But what I want to do is keep you advised about where we are if it turns out that we're going beyond April 3. If we have to, I don't think it's going to be that far beyond it. So we need to keep advised of that. In addition, it has our contact information on it. You should be given, they have cards, right? Yeah, okay. You have a card. We're going to be giving you a card that has our contact information on it. Has my division, my name, my phone number. We also have an email on there. And it tells you to come back on April 3. If something happens, and I've been through this before, so I know that things can change in the next 2 weeks. I don't wish that on anybody, but I know that emergencies can happen. Something can happen in your family. Maybe you can win the lottery and you decide to go to France. I don't know. But things can happen and things can change. So you need to call us and let us know. And if it's an emergency or something like that, just call us, let us know, and we will deal with it. Okay. So the reason why I'm doing this and saying that you can enlist the help and aid of your friends is because I try to learn from past mistakes. And I had a case previously where I said, you can't discuss anything about this case with anybody. And unfortunately, I received a phone call from a husband who was, he was anxious and he was upset because his wife was, I could hear her in the background crying and saying that she had to be here for 8 weeks and couldn't tell him why. So you can do that. You can explain that to your employers. You can explain that to anybody. Juror number 9, you can talk to your professors about it. If you need a letter from me, let me know. If anyone here needs a letter from me to explain to their employer what they may be doing for the next couple of months, let me know. And I can see what I can do. I can certainly get letters out. And certainly if you are selected as a juror in this case, I have no issue with providing you with those letters. So, but we need to make sure that 2 weeks from now, you are still qualified to serve as a juror in this case. The attorneys and nobody from the attorneys are going to be contacting you. Nobody from any other source should be contacting you. If that happens and it becomes a problem, let me know. And I will take steps to deal with that. But your contact information stays with us and nobody else.